Good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to another presentation of Trinity Baseball on the Tiger Network. After two great games yesterday, we are back for Game 3 of this big conference matchup between the number 19 Centenary College Gents and the number 2 Trinity University Tigers. Ahead of today's Senior Day, in which we will introduce all of the seniors on the Tigers, we have another part of my interview with Jeremy Wolf, 2016 National Championship with the Trinity Tigers. So we hope you enjoy this clip before the game gets started.
It was the best experience I might ever have. Having children is great, right? Doing fun things in life is great. Going to see the Eiffel Tower, phenomenal. Winning a national championship with your best friends, there is nothing like that. I can look back at my time in baseball and say, wow, look what I was able to accomplish. I got drafted. Unbelievable. Like, if it weren't for the national championship, if it weren't for those guys, I wouldn't have had these experiences that I've been able to have. And so the national championship, looking back on it, honestly, such an amazing accomplishment that we're able to, as a community, just as a collective, able to look back on it and say, like, we were able to accomplish something that we set out to do. And it feels really good to kind of think about that. It's fun. We have a group text still. Everyone still participates in the Fantasy Football League. We still stay in touch. We're still really close. A bunch of guys still live together. Austin Singer and Drew Butler live 10 minutes away from me. Nick Jewett and Connor Moore still live with walking distance from each other. TJ Garhart and Ryan Gray were roommates for the last 6 months or so. That entire group of seniors, Brody Femmel to Teddy Turner to Nick Jewett to Andrew Waters, like, we're all unbelievably close still. And so it'll be nice to, like, kind of see everybody for the first time in a few years. A junior year, we got to the national championship, lost in the semifinals, but we were so confident in who we were as, like, a core group of juniors that there was no doubt in our mind we were going to win the national championship next year. And I remember sitting on the bus next to Nick Jewett. We had just lost the semifinals. Seniors are upset, crying. Like, I'm never going to play baseball again. And I sit next to Nick Jewett, and I'm like, we're going to win next year. And he goes, yeah. And that was it. That was the mindset. That's the mindset that Scannell took in the next year. That's the mindset that the entire group of seniors, the freshmen that played, that entire team was pulling in one direction. And that direction was trying to be as dominant as possible that day. And I would tell the team, like, just do what you can to score a run this inning. Like, win the inning. Win the at-bat. Like, win that out. And by doing that, by breaking it down very simply, you're able to, like, everyone's able to perform their role. And that 2016 team was really good because everybody understood their role. Everybody was so close as teammates and as friends that we did whatever we could to win. And that's like the Trinity mindset, do whatever you can to win. But there was no ego. The accolades didn't matter. We all made fun of each other. We all had fun at practices because we knew, like, one day we weren't going to be able to do it anymore. And we wanted to leave our mark and win the national championship and have that be, like, our lasting imprint on the 4 years that we spent there.
Left field, Wolf, camps, catches, ball game, and the Tigers' tale in 2016. It's a storybook ending, and the final chapter produces national championship hardware.
I hope you enjoyed getting a trip down memory lane with Jeremy Wolf, national champion in 2016. We are close to that 5-year anniversary, and we now have the number 2 Trinity Tigers getting set to host the Centenary Gents. Stay tuned. In a few minutes, we will have the PA announcements of Senior Day, celebrating all the amazing seniors on the Trinity Tigers squad. So stay tuned for that, and we will be with you for first pitch after that.
From Jewett, Texas, Cash Crane. From Scottsdale, Arizona, Matthew Thomas. From Houston, Texas, Mason Meredith. From Missouri City, Texas, Carter Franck. From Gilbert, Arizona, Michael Goodrich. From Pleasanton, California, Adam Jew. From Houston, Texas, Mark Tyndall. From Katy, Texas, Brian Cardone. From San Antonio, James Natoli. From Tucson, Arizona, Brandon Hantz. And finally, from Rancho Santa Margarita, Nick DeFazio. Since 2017, these seniors hold a record of 130-42 and a record of 50-15 in Southern Collegiate Athletic Conference play, both of which are winning percentages over 75%. The Tigers won the Southern Collegiate Athletic Conference Championship in 2019 and advanced to the NCAA tournament. Round of applause for this year's senior class. And now everyone please rise, remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Good afternoon, baseball fans. Hope you enjoyed those senior day presentations. I'm Brian Yanselson, and I'm joined by Luke Terry. Luke, we had quite the Saturday doubleheader yesterday filled with back-and-forth games. What do you think both teams are thinking heading into today's finale?
Well, Brian, I'd say that both of these teams are going to look to try and put together some complete games. We saw a lot of really good baseball played yesterday. Both teams hit for contact, hit for power, pitched well, played defense in the field. It's just a matter of putting all those things together. In that first game, we saw the Tigers starting pitching struggle a little bit. Really good relief appearance as the day went along. In the second game, they got a good start, and the relief struggled a little bit. Same thing or similar storyline for Centenary on the other side. So both teams just looking to play a complete game of baseball as we close out the series here today.
Yeah, it certainly should be a great finale to this series. And before we get started, let's take a look at the starting lineups for the visiting Gents. Leading off in center field, Gary Hewitt. Batting second in right field, Cody Crowder. Batting third, first baseman Preston Ludwig. Hitting cleanup, second baseman Tyler Erickson. Batting fifth at third base, Chris Haggard. Batting sixth, catcher Ben Bridges. Batting seventh at designated hitter Tyler Welch. Batting eighth, the left fielder John Baudouin. And batting ninth at shortstop, Brady Robinson. And now your starting lineup for the host Trinity Tigers. Leading off in right field, Rafe Chomet. Batting second, shortstop Jack Wisniewski. In left field, batting third, Ezra Gore. The designated hitter hitting cleanup, Brian Schaub. Center fielder batting 5th, Mason Meredith. Batting 6th, the third baseman, Christian Holloway. Batting 7th at first base, Michael Goodrich. Batting 8th at catcher, Tyler Pettit. And batting 9th at second base, Scott Peterson.
You mentioned Tyler Pettit catching again today for the Tigers. Rounding out the battery is Samuel Conti, who is coming off a really great performance this past week. Earned SCAC Pitcher of the Week honors after throwing 6 scoreless innings in a midweek game against Concordia University. Came into a game last weekend against the University of Dallas through a scoreless, hitless final frame to help complete the 7-inning combined no-hitter for the Tigers.
Yeah, he's had a couple good performances, earning that Player of the Week honor. And now he'll look to finish the sweep for the Tigers as they look to win 3 in a row against Centenary. That first pitch from Conti in there for a strike on the outside corner. We are underway here in San Antonio, Texas. The number 19 Centenary Gents against the number 2 Trinity Tigers. That pitch is fouled back by the leadoff hitter, Gary Hewitt.
And early on, a really good sign from Conti right here. Talked a little bit about it in the games yesterday. This Tiger pitching staff definitely at their best when they're operating in the zone, and Conti holds true with that fact right there.
Right there, Pettit asking for it up. Conti giving it to him there. Hewitt able to foul that back. Hewitt got a hit in each of yesterday's games. Went 1 for 4 and 1 for 5, respectively. The 0-2 here from Conti. Hewitt lines out one to left field, and it is over the head of the left fielder there. And Hewitt will get into second base safely. So a line drive there that gets over the head of the left fielder. You'll see the replay here.
Yeah, and that one just gets over the outstretched glove of Gore out there in left field. Looked like he struggled to pick that one off the bat immediately. Looked like he originally took a step to the side rather than going backwards, and that ultimately cost him on that one. And the Gents, much like they did yesterday, have a leadoff runner on all the way over at second base in scoring position without any outs in the top of the first inning.
Yeah, and you mentioned that's Gore out there in left field. We've seen Brian Schaub starting in that position most of the time, but today that's Gore, so a little bit of an adjustment. Bright sky today. Hard to read the ball. Now Hewitt out there at second base. That's in there for a ball outside to Cody Crowder. Crowder went 0 for 4 in Game 2 last night. Got 1 hit in Game 1, looking to get back on track in this Sunday finale. He pops that up foul. Out of play.
Yeah, but a really good response by Conti right here. Started the game, that first at-bat, really well. Attacked the hitter. It was a well-hit ball by Hewitt, but directly at someone. Unfortunate that the play couldn't be made, but he's responded well, coming right back in the zone to get ahead in this at-bat right now.
The 1-2 is driven up the middle and into the outfield for a base hit. Hewitt will score easily from second, and 2 batters into the game, the Centenary Gents are on the board thanks to an RBI single from Cody Crowder.
Yeah, a nice piece of hitting by Crowder right there. Can't take anything away from him right now, but a couple of at-bats where Conti has gotten ahead early in this game and throwing strikes that are catching just too much of the plate. Definitely want to encourage Tiger pitchers, to operate around the zone, but trying to paint on the corners, trying to paint at the top and bottom of the zone is really the strategy that must be taken against a really solid hitting lineup for these Gents.
Yeah, and a quick visit to the mound to talk to Conti as The first two hitters have gotten on base. He had 2 strikes on both of them, as you've mentioned, and just that one to Crowder, a breaking ball left up in the zone. Crowder able to drive it into right center field. So a quick lead for the Gents. They got off to a quick lead in Game 1 yesterday. In fact, we're up 6-0 in the 5th inning before the Tigers answered with 9 runs of their own to pull out that victory. But the Gents trying to get on the board quickly and keep a lead this time. Conti trying to get in a rhythm. Now Crowder at first. Ludwig swings out the first pitch and fouls that one away. Ludwig at the plate. Yesterday was the starting pitcher in Game 1, but has remained in the lineup in that 3-hole the entire time. Had 3 runs batted in both games yesterday. He's the leader in the SCAC in runs batted in as Conti checks on Crowder over there at first.
You mentioned that Ludwig appeared on the mound for the Gents in Game 1 of our doubleheader yesterday. Was really solid through 4 innings, but Tigers were patient in their approach all day long and really started to get to him in that 5th inning. Definitely took advantage of some walks and used them to string together a really, really nice rally in that bottom of the 5th.
Conti keeping an eye on Crowder. This time delivers to Ludwig, who fouls that one away again. And seemingly hits something. Sounded like broken glass. Hope everything's okay there.
But another at-bat right here in which Conti's gotten ahead. 0-2 right now. Definitely want to stay competitive with pitches around the zone, but hopefully not going to catch as much plate as he did in previous at-bats.
That one high. Runner is going. Pettit gets it down there, but not in time. The throw looked to be on time, just a little wide of the base, and Crowder able to slide in there safely. So a stolen base there from Cody Crowder.
Yeah. Pretty nice throw by Pettit right here in terms of timing, but when missing to one side of the bag, preference is always to put it on the first base side. Makes it a much easier play for that second baseman or shortstop to apply a tag, and might have had a chance there.
The 1-2 from Ludwig. Fouled back. That's Crowder's 16th stolen base on the year. This is a Centenary squad that likes to run on the bases. They're second in the conference in stolen bases now with 66 on the year. Conti has a 1-2 count on Ludwig. That ball's inside, evening up the count at 2-2.
Yeah, and a pretty good pitch right there. Not too far off the plate, but appeared that Pettit was setting up on the outside portion. That one took him too far inside, and typically not going to get called strikes when that's the case.
Now the 2-2 from Conti. High, but fouled back from Ludwig. So a couple times now we've seen Pettit asking for the ball high, Conti getting it there, but the Gents hitter is either putting it in play or fouling it back.
Yeah, and I mentioned previously that Conti was going to need to work on the outer half of the plate in this at-bat and moving forward, specifically when he gets up and counts. He's done a good job here, but Ludwig has responded by fouling those pitches off and forcing the Tiger pitcher to throw something over the heart of the plate.
That 2-2 pitch is grounded towards left field and into the outfield. Crowder stumbles a little bit on his way home, but he is still in there safely as Ludwig drives him in with a single to left field and is able to advance to second base on the throw. So 2 early runs here for Centenary, and all of this coming on hits with 2 strikes.
Yeah, and so far just a very mature approach at the plate for these Gents hitters right now. Everyone's fallen behind in the count with at least 2 strikes on them before moving it to even and eventually reaching base. But really good job changing their approach, changing their mindset, and just venturing, trying to put something in play.
Tyler Erickson, the cleanup hitter, now at the plate. Runner on second. That ball's high from Conti.
For Conti, he responded really well in that last at-bat. Struggled in the first two pitches that caught too much of the plate. Ludwig forced him to throw something over the plate in that last at-bat, and Conti came away with some softer contact. It was just well placed and just past the diving shortstop for the Tigers.
Erickson lines that one but foul, so some good contact here being put on the ball. Erickson went 1 for 7 yesterday in the two combined games. He went from catching game 1 to playing second base in game 2. He's back at second base today. Now the 1-1 from Conti. Ludwig over there at second. That ball's in there for a strike on the inside corner. So Conti once again getting ahead of a Gent hitter. We'll see if he can finish off this at bat. Pettit giving the sign with the runner on second base. That ball's high and it gets past Pettit. Ludwig gonna walk over to third. So now another run just 90 feet away.
Conti again opting to venture up in the zone as he's gotten ahead here. Interesting decision considering the fact that Pettit is a really great defensive catcher, has done a great job blocking balls in this series behind the plate, but Conti choosing to go the other direction, and that one cost him there, although knowing Pettit, he'd definitely tell you that that's one more often than not he should bring in.
And that ball is swung on and missed. And he is called out there after the check with the first base umpire. So Erickson chasing at a ball well outside of the zone, but Conti finally getting what he wants with that high pitch right there. A swing and a miss from the Gents.
Yeah, and a really good job by Conti right there, not being deterred by some unfortunate luck for him so far in this top of the first. Keeps hammering away at his spots and gets an outcome he likes finally.
At the plate now is Chris Haggard, the senior from Lake Charles, Louisiana. That ball high for a ball. Haggard went 2 for 4 in game 1 last night before going 0 for 4 in game 2. But someone that seemed to always be on the base paths got on with a couple of walks as well and some errors defensively. And his speed, definitely a weapon on the base paths for the Gents.
Yeah, specifically in a spot like this where they already have a runner on third. Haggard showed us the speed that he has on the base paths yesterday.
Haggard lines that one past the third baseman there, and he's going to round first, and he's headed for second. Gore with the throw in there, and it is wide. So you see the speed of Haggard right there, turning a base hit into left field into a double. Another run comes across to score, and the Gents are up 3-0 here in the top of the first. And that's going to be it for Samuel Conti, recording just 1 out here in the top of the first, allowing 3 runs to Centenary. We'll take a quick break as we see who the Tigers are bringing in from the bullpen. Be right back with us. In from the bullpen here in the top of the first, Brandon Hance, someone we saw yesterday. Luke, how do you do?
Well, Brian, earlier in the broadcast we mentioned that the Tigers got some really great relief appearances in that first game. Carter Franck being the first Tiger senior who came into that one, but Brandon Hance was fantastic in 3 1/3 yesterday, giving up only 3 hits. No runs came across for him. He ultimately earned the win and comes into another tough position here with only 1 out and runner in scoring position, but he's been really good when he's been inserted in sticky situations like this one on the year.
The first pitch from Hance outside. Haggard dancing around there at second. He got the double that pushed Conti out of the game. Now Ben Bridges at the plate. There's 1 down here in the top of the first. 3 runs already across for the Gents. Hance tries to pick off the runner there, off the helmet of Haggard. The ball gets away, but Haggard stays at second. Always tough for a right-handed pitcher to turn around completely and try to pick off the runner at second.
Yeah, and that was definitely an opportunity to pick him off right there. That's what Hance was going for, more than a check. And that jump spin move right there, definitely a difficult one.
Bridges grounds out 1-2, shortstop. Collected there by Wisniewski for the out. Haggard does move over to third, but there are 2 outs now in the inning.
And we see Hance with that unorthodox delivery to the plate, definitely changing the approach for these Gents hitters right off the bat, but comes in and very successful pitching to contact, induces that soft ground ball right to shortstop. It's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Tigers.
Welch swings at the first pitch and sends that one to the outfield. That's center fielder Mason Meredith there for the 3rd out of the inning. Centenary puts up 3 runs in the top half of the first on 4 hits, no errors, and they leave 1 man on base. The Tigers are coming to bat in the bottom of the first, and we'll be right back here on the Tiger Network. Welcome back to the Tiger Network. We're ready for the bottom half of the first inning. Tigers looking to respond to 3 runs from Centenary in the top half of the inning. Connor Poche has the responsibility of trying to quiet down this red-hot Tigers offense. Luke, do you think he has it in him today?
Well, considering the fact that he boasts the lowest ERA in this Gents pitching staff, he certainly has a good chance, but it's tough right from the start. Shamet hitting .500 even in conference play this season, average on the year up over .400. Coming in off a really good day yesterday. Pretty much doing it all for the Tigers, including a no-doubt home run that we saw in that first inning.
Yeah, the second pitch to Rafe, a called strike, so an 0-2 count to Chomet. But in Game 2, he led off the game with a solo home run to right field. It was his first of the year. Also threw in a stolen base and a couple more hits. That ball outside.
Something that I was definitely impressed with yesterday was Shamet's ability to battle back in counts. Saw him fall behind a couple times, but doesn't deter the super senior. He's going to fight and battle and find his way on base any way he can.
That 2-strike pitch is fouled away towards left field. And something that caught our eye yesterday is that Chomet came into the game, the doubleheader, with a .409 batting average, and after 2 complete games with plenty of at-bats, managed to raise it a point to .410. So keeping on that spectacular season for the super senior. That's ball too high to Chomet. Speaking of those super seniors today, Senior Day, if you got to see the Senior Day ceremony before the game, introducing the many seniors on the Trinity Tigers baseball team. Poche's 2-2 fouled back from Chomet, so the leadoff hitter doing what he does so well and battling, letting the rest of the lineup see what Poche has to offer.
Yeah, and it's now guaranteed that he'll see at least 5 pitches after falling behind in this count 0-2. You mentioned that he increased his average yesterday up to that .410 mark. Good for second in the conference behind TLU's Cole Irby. But important to note that Irby has missed some time recently, including a full weekend series against Southwestern. So Shamet boasting that .410 average with definitely significantly more at-bats on the year.
And this at-bat is a ground ball towards the third baseman, and he's able to get the throw. Haggard was the only man on the left side of the infield with the shift, so Chomet retired after a 7-pitch at-bat.
Yeah, but a really good effort by the leadoff hitter right here. Does a good job to change his approach down 0-2 in the count. Battles back to force it full and puts the ball in play exactly where he wants to on that left side of the infield. Unfortunately, hit directly at the only player defensively over there.
At the plate now is shortstop Jack Wisniewski, moving up a place in the lineup. He swings at the first pitch and sends it to the second baseman, Erickson. Gets it on to first, Ludwig, for the second out. So a couple ground ball outs for Poche early.
Yeah, but very similar to what we saw from the Tigers in the first game of the doubleheader yesterday. Plenty of contact, especially against Ludwig, who leads the conference in strikeouts. So a good sign for the Tigers then, and translated to runs later on in the game. Have to believe the same will come around eventually for the Tigers here today.
The first pitch to Ezra Gore is called a ball. Gore came in to pinch hit, but only had that one at-bat in yesterday's doubleheader, so now starting in this Sunday finale. That's a ball inside, 2-0 count to Ezra Gore. And not only did Gore pinch hit and only have that one at-bat, but he swung at the first pitch, so very little of him yesterday.
Yeah, much more aggressive approach in yesterday's action. A little bit unlucky, as you remember that diving grab that Erickson made, ranging over to foul territory down that first base line, robbed Gore of the opportunity to keep swinging it in the batter's box, but gets the start today for the Tigers.
That 3-0 pitch is in there for a strike. And Gore grounds that one to the shortstop, Robinson. Gore hustling down the line, and he's going to get there safely. You see the speed of Ezra Gore right there. No bobbles whatsoever on the throw, and a clean throw, but Gore is still able to beat it out. Just a routine ground ball to shortstop. And Gore beating it out.
Yeah, and as you said, fielded cleanly, nice transfer, and a good strong throw over to first base from shortstop. But Gore, a little bit tardy to his start this season. That speed explained by the fact that he's coming off a football season, shortened football season that he played in the spring, and you'd expect that kind of speed from a starting defensive back for the Tigers.
That'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Brian Schaub, as Poche checks on Gore over there at first. Probably a good idea. In just his 12th appearance today, Gore already has 4 stolen bases, has yet to be caught. And you saw that speed on full display with that infield single. Brian Schaub, the cleanup hitter, looks at that first pitch strike. He blasted his 10th home run of the year last night, enough to lead the entire conference. Poche taking his time, checking on Gore. Now the pitch, a breaking ball. Gore is going, and he is in there safely.
Yeah, and just a great pitch to run on right there for Gore. Breaking ball that ended up in the dirt. Bridges behind the plate had to reach it across his body, picked that one cleanly. Made a nice, strong throw, but no chance to get the speedy Gore.
So a runner in scoring position now for the cleanup hitter. Schaub trying to drive him in with 2 outs. That breaking ball in there low for a ball. This 2-out hitting, something we saw all through yesterday in the Tigers' 6-run comeback. Had a couple of big 2-out hits with the bases loaded to get themselves back in the game. They'll look to do the same thing here, already down 3 in the bottom of the first. Schaub looks at that one on the corner for a strike, so a 2-2 count now.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier in the at-bat, as we saw Schaub turn on a pitch inside yesterday. Poche definitely operating on the outside part of the plate, trying to avoid a similar result in this at-bat. Keep the Gents' 3-0 lead intact here in the bottom of the first.
Poche trying to get out of this inning here. The 2-2 well outside. So the count full now to the cleanup hitter. Poche ready for this full count delivery. Gore off of second. Schaub swings and fouls that one straight back.
Yeah, and a good job by Schaub right there. Talked about it a lot in the doubleheader yesterday. Perhaps the greatest awareness of the strike zone out of all these Tiger hitters. He's done a really good job here, shorting up, fouling that pitch back, and is going to force Poche to throw something that catches a lot of the plate right here.
So already 20 pitches thrown by the Centenary starter. If nothing else, the Tigers making him work. Schaub looking to do a little bit more, drive in a run. And he'll look at that one outside for ball 4, taking his base. And if you've followed along Tiger baseball this year, you know that that's now Brian Schaub's 35th walk on the year, enough to lead all of Division III baseball.
Yeah, just an incredibly impressive stat. His power definitely warrants pitchers have to handle him a little more carefully. Does a great job laying off-speed pitches, breaking balls, forces opposing pitchers to throw a lot of fastballs to him.
Mason Meredith swings at the first pitch, and that's into right field. That'll score Ezra Gore from second. Meredith on his way to second as the throw to third is late, so a 2-out RBI single from Mason Meredith. And now 2 runners are in scoring position with the Tigers responding right away.
Yeah, and a great start for Meredith on senior day right here. Waits back on that pitch, sends it the other way, drives in a run, much like he did yesterday in a 2-out scenario. The senior for the Tigers boasting a batting average that's well above 300 at this point in the year, but has had a lot more success at the plate than that number indicates. Has come through in a lot of big spots, driving runs in with some great situational hitting.
That'll bring in a new face to the plate, someone we didn't see yesterday. Christian Holloway swings through that one in the dirt. This is Holloway's 9th appearance on the year. You see his numbers right there, hitting .382, 5 runs batted in. Played a lot earlier in the year in some of the games we got to call, and was a really red-hot bat in the Tigers lineup, so seeing him again in a big conference matchup. That ball in the dirt once again, this time Holloway laying off of it.
Yeah, in the first game yesterday, the Tigers got some help from another true freshman, Jack Baker, playing on the right side of the infield at second base. Had a nice diving stop to end the top of the 5th. Really got the Tigers' bats going in the bottom half of the inning. Holloway has another opportunity here to be a freshman spark for the Tigers.
That breaking ball is in there for a strike, so a 1-2 count on the first year. Holloway has runners on second and third after the Meredith RBI hit. Got Schaub at third, who drew the walk. Holloway waits on that breaking ball, fouls it to the Tigers dugout.
Yeah, a really good approach by Holloway right there. Saw a breaking ball the previous pitch that he took, forced the count to 1-2. Understanding that he's likely going to see that a couple more times here. He's just going to have to fight it off until he can get Poche to throw him another fastball.
Poche's 1-2 is driven out to left field. No, it is caught there by the shortstop. Robinson catches that hard hit ball from Holloway to prevent the tying runs from scoring. So more damage prevented there. You see the replay, a nice diving catch from the shortstop. But the Tigers are able to get on the board in the bottom of the first. They score 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and they do leave 2 men in scoring position. We'll be right back for the top of the second inning. Centenary on top, 3-1. Brandon Hance back on the mound for the Tigers. He retired both men that he faced after coming in for starter Samuel Conti. First batter he'll face here in the second, John Baudouin. First pitch to Baudouin, low for a ball. That one fouled back. Baudouin only played in Game 2 of yesterday's doubleheader, went 1 for 3. Also drew a base on ball. He looks at that one outside for a ball, bringing the count to 2-1. That 2-1 pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Baudouin in his left field position got to see all three of the home runs pretty up close and personal, especially the ones from Goodrich and Schaub that went over the left field fence. And he swings and misses at that one. That pitch slurving across the strike zone. And that's Hance's first strikeout of the afternoon.
Yeah, and a good job from Hance right there. Come back in that at-bat. Force it even. And the pitch before strike 3 right there. Have to say that Pettit did a really good job on a pitch right on the corner. Framed it perfectly, presented it for the umpire to see, and got the strike call on a pitch that was definitely borderline.
And Brady Robinson swings at that first pitch. Gore going back to the wall, and that is gone over the left field fence. That's a solo home run from the number 9 hitter, Brady Robinson. So after a great defensive play to end the last half of the inning, Robinson steps up to the plate and sends it out of here.
See the replay right here. Definitely well out in front of that one. Did a good job pulling his hands through on a pitch that looked like it was a little bit inside. Bit of a surprise from the number 9 hitter, but good job taking advantage on the first pitch right there.
And this first pitch to Hewitt in there for a ball. And while Robinson is the number 9 hitter, not used to seeing power there, that is his team-leading 5th home run, breaking the tie he had going into today's game. Hewitt swinging at that one, popping it up. Will it be playable over there? It will. And Hewitt is retired. Brady Robinson came into today tied with Chris Haggard for the team lead in home runs, now breaking that tie with that 5th solo shot. And after that pop-up foul, we've got another pitching change for the Tigers. We'll take a quick break and see who's going to be on the mound next. After a solo home run from Brady Robinson and a pop-up foul from Gary Hewitt, we have a new pitcher on the mound. Cade McGann throws a first pitch strike to Cody Crowder. Already the third pitcher for the Tigers in this Sunday afternoon series finale. Crowder sends that one off of McGann. McGann able to recover and get the third out of the inning. So a nice athletic play to react to that ball that hit McGann on the mound. Tigers down 4-1, as you see the replay right here. McGann able to get the third out. Tigers down 4-1, headed to the bottom of the second. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Tiger Network. Michael Goodrich at the plate with his Tigers down 4-1. He swings at the first pitch and pops it up high in the infield. Poche calling everyone off and taking that out for himself. So a one pitch out to start the second inning.
Yeah, certainly a good start for Poche right there. See, pitch count still at 27. Indicates a pretty strong start for the Tigers in the bottom home half of the first inning. Had a ton of traffic on the base pass. Were able to ultimately scratch a run, and although Goodrich pops out to start this inning, Tiger bats certainly off to a pretty strong start today. We'll just look to string something together earlier on in the inning right here.
And Pettit swings at the first pitch. That's right back to Poche as well. So 2 pitches and 2 outs here in the second inning. And after a pretty lengthy first inning in which the Tigers scored 1 and were threatening for more, this is just what Poche wants out of this half of the inning. Now Scott Peterson steps to the plate, someone that did not play at all yesterday. That first pitch to Peterson, a strike, but this quick work from Poche so far, all the more important considering that the Gents used 9 pitchers in yesterday's doubleheader. So wanting to rest those arms as much as possible. And Peterson skies that one into left field, the shortstop going out, but it's the left fielder, Baudouin, coming in to get the third out of the inning. So just 4 pitches for 3 outs there from Poche. And the Gents will be coming to bat quickly after a scoreless 1-2-3 second inning for the Tigers. We'll be right back after the break. After a very quick bottom of the second inning, Cade McGann back on the mound facing Preston Ludwig. That ball in there to the dirt for ball one. Cade McGann came in last inning and got an out on one pitch to retire the top half of the second. And now Ludwig sends that one to the left center field gap. Meredith on the run, diving and making the diving catch once again. Mason Meredith in center field with another Web Gem caliber play. This one of the more difficult ones, going into the left center field gap and laying out for that grab.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier in the game about Meredith's value not being reflected entirely by his batting average. Has come through with some hits in some really big spots for the Tigers this year, but defensively, his glove has been as valuable as anyone's in that outfield, in that center field position. Has made a couple of spectacular grabs.
That one a little bit easier for Meredith. So 2 quick outs for McGann in the top half of the third, but you're absolutely right, Luke. Mason Meredith's value in the outfield just through the roof, helping these Tiger pitchers get out of some tough situations.
Yeah, absolutely. Great speed out there, good instincts. Has gotten some great jumps, great reads on some baseballs. Hit short center field, hit into the gaps. Has made some spectacular diving plays. But has also thrown some runners out at first and at second, and just a complete five-tool player for the Tigers in center field this year.
With 2 outs now in the top of the third, Chris Haggard at the plate. He swings through that pitch in the dirt. A quick 0-2 count. McGann getting ahead of these hitters.
Much like Poche in the last half inning for the Gents, McGann working quickly here has a chance to get out of this one already.
The 0-2 from McGann. Swung and fouled off, just getting a piece of it is Haggard. Haggard doubled in his first at-bat, lined it down the line past the third baseman, and got into second base. Looks at that one high. And there's a swing and a miss from Haggard. So a 1-2-3 top of the third for Cade McGann. Tigers coming back to bat, trying to get back in this game. Welcome back to the Tiger Network. Connor Poche on the mound after a very quick bottom half of the second for him, and a quick top of the third for Cade McGann of the Tigers. So after a long first inning, we've seen the pace pick up a little bit as these hitters have gotten more aggressive as the day goes on. Rafe Chomet, the top of the lineup for the Tigers, back at the plate. He looks at that one for a ball outside.
Yeah, and Poche's job today gets exponentially harder here. Chomet fouls that one off down the left.
No, that actually goes out of the ballpark. An opposite field home run from Rafe Chomet over that tall left field fence. Rafe Chomet fooling everyone there and driving it out. The replay right here showing Rafe sending it the other way. And able to keep it fair as well.
Yeah, and a couple of pitches that we've seen hit really hard down that left field line, too, that I don't think in either instance, Brian, we felt we're going to get out of here. But Chomet knew that that one was gone so long as it stayed fair. Very similar reaction to the one he hit yesterday. And after having 0 very deep into this season, he quickly doubles his total with his second in the series.
Yeah, and you mentioned that you've talked to him this year, and he said he'd be okay with not hitting a home run this year as long as the Tigers were winning, but I think he's extra happy with hitting home runs and having the Tigers winning. So the lead for the Gents back down to 2. Jack Wisniewski at the plate. Nobody out here in the third.
As I was about to say earlier, Poche's job gets exponentially harder here the second time through the order. Lots of contact from these Tiger hitters already, including Chomet, who sent a pitch to the left side of the infield. Got a lot more of that one and sent that out of the yard in his second at-bat of the day.
Wisniewski has a 2-1 count here. And he lines out one to right center field. And that is caught by the center fielder, Hewitt, on the run. So a couple well-hit balls in the bottom of the third. Wisniewski all over this one, but unfortunately unable to get down in the gap. But as you said, with this second time through the order, already just the first 2 hitters who have seen Poche for the second time hitting the ball extremely well. Now we have the third hole hitter, Ezra Gore, who had an infield single his first time at the plate. Looks at that one in the dirt. He hit just a routine ground ball to shortstop that looked like it was going to end the inning. But with Gore's speed, he made it to first on that infield single. Then stole second and was able to come around to score for the Tigers' first run of the game. He swings at that pitch and sends it past second base. Shortstop Robinson with the overhanded catch. A tough one there.
Yeah, really nice play by Robinson right there. Makes sure that he doesn't overrun this ball, because if he closes any more on that one, makes it a really tough ball coming in directly over his shoulder. Gives himself a little bit of distance that he can close right at the end. Make sure that he can see the ball a bit easier by staying a little bit further away from it.
Cleanup hitter Brian Chaub drew a walk in his first plate appearance. Looks at that breaking ball for a strike. So Poche still working quickly and getting a couple of early count outs, but that Rafe Chomet home run sprinkled in there, pulling the Tigers closer. And now Chaub pops that one up high into the infield. Will anybody get it? Robinson calling it off, and an adventure there behind the mound, but Robinson does in fact get the third out of the inning. And so 1 run on that big Rafe Chomet opposite field home run cuts the Centenary lead to 4-2, headed to the top of the fourth inning. We'll be right back on the Tiger Network. First pitch of this fourth inning, low for a ball. Cade McGann back on the mound for the Tigers. Ben Bridges in the batter's box for the Gents. Bridges skies that one the opposite way. Rafe charging in, diving and making the catch, says the umpire. So a sliding catch from Rafe Chomet there in right field. And in fair territory as well, so this would have been extra bases for Bridges if Rafe was unable to come up with it.
Yeah, and a really great play by Chomet right there. Caught in a little bit of an awkward position, saw him turn that glove over. Not the orthodox style for an outfielder coming in to slide it and make a play right there, but comes away with it out anyway, and after hitting that home run in the bottom of the third, flashes the leather on defense, and just proof of another five-star player in this Tiger outfield today.
And Tyler Welch at the plate for the Gents, already down 0-2. Looks at that one in the dirt. Rafe with that sliding grab in right. Mason Meredith with the outstanding diving catch in center field, so the Tigers outfielders putting on a show on this Sunday afternoon. McGann tries to loop in a breaking ball there with 2 strikes, unable to get it in. So the count is now even to Welch, the senior from Alexandria, Louisiana. McGann's 2-2, low. So Welch battling back from down 0-2, drawing the count full. Welch chops it up the middle and through for a base hit. So just fighting it off and getting a base hit there is Welch. Looks like it bounced off the bag there at second.
Yeah, it looked like it sped up as it found its way through the middle of the infield. And Gents still hold that 4-2 lead, but a couple innings in a row where a couple of inches is the difference between perhaps a leadoff man in scoring position to start the inning. So the Tigers definitely tipping their cap to the defensive play in the outfield that they've gotten so far today, making this a much more manageable comeback that they have ahead of them right now.
John Baudouin now at the plate with Welch over there at first. Baudouin swings through that one, fouling it back. And I'm going to go ahead and predict that the final score will not be 4-2. I'm not going to say who's going to win this game, but I think after seeing last night's doubleheader, it's safe to say that there's going to be plenty more runs in this one.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with you there, especially considering the fact that we've seen lots of contact today, the wind blowing out to left field. Really good chance that we see some more exciting, high-scoring baseball in the third game of this series.
Runner is going there. Wisniewski able still to go to second, gets the out, and on to first for the double play. So even with the runner taking off for second, Wisniewski able to get it to Peterson, who turns it to Goodrich at first. And a great double play and an even better defensive inning overall for the Tigers. Rafe with the sliding grab in right field and then that double play. Tigers back up to bat in the bottom of the fourth. They're down 4-2 against Centenary. You get a good look at the Division III baseball standings, the top 25. Trinity there ranked number 2, but Washington University in St. Louis, who's ranked number 1, just dropped 2 games to Buena Vista yesterday in Iowa. And so a sweep here for the Tigers of the number 19 Centenary Gents could put them back atop Division III. We'll have to see what Sunday afternoon brings for us as Mason Meredith steps up to the plate, swings at the first pitch, and lines a single to left field. So a good start to the bottom of the fourth for Meredith and the Tigers.
Yeah, and another great swing. Talked about Meredith. Can go on and on about his value. One thing that we've yet to mention in this one is that he's been a bit unlucky at the plate. We've seen some really hard hit balls that have just wound up directly at some defenders playing in the field. But as the season's gone along, he's found a way to drop some hits in wherever he can, and he's really continued to heat up as the year's gone along.
Christian Holloway also swinging at the first pitch, fouling that one back. Holloway lined out to shortstop in the first inning, had runners on second and third, and looked like he might have gotten a base hit to tie things up. Instead, Brady Robinson with a nice catch at short to keep the lead for the Gents, but Holloway back up now with nobody out and a runner on first. And that breaking ball gets away from Poche and hits Holloway. So something brewing here for the Tigers in the bottom of the fourth.
Yeah, and something that we saw yesterday was defense that provided a spark for the Tigers, led directly to some offense in that fifth inning of Game 1. And after some great defense in the last half inning, Tigers have something going with 2 on and nobody out to start the bottom of the fourth.
And who better to have with 2 men on than Mr. 3-run home run himself, Michael Goodrich. With the ball game tied 1-1 yesterday, Game 2, he blasted a 3-run home run out to left field. So a similar spot here. First pitch to Goodrich, swung on and missed. Goodrich also delivered the game-winning 2-run home run in Game 1. That was an opposite field shot over the national championship banner. So a great day for the designated hitter yesterday, playing first base today.
Yeah, and in that first game when he hit that ball out over the national championship banner in right field, a little bit surprised by that one. Wind blowing out, but Goodrich certainly a big guy standing at 6'3".
And Goodrich actually squares around a bunt, lays off of it though as that one's in the dirt. So interesting to see Goodrich wanting to move the runners over. We'll see if he commits to that on this 1-1 pitch.
but a day where the wind's blowing out for the pole-happy DH playing first base today. We could see a ball hit a long, long way in this at-bat right here.
We'll see if he squares around on this 1-1. And Poche doesn't give him a chance to. He checks on the runner there, Meredith at second, Holloway at first. Nobody out in the bottom of the fourth.
Sometimes pitchers will use a move right there to see if the hitter at the plate squares around.
Goodrich does square around, and he gets it down. Catcher has no option but first, but decides late. Nobody on the bag. And the bases are loaded. Not sure what the catcher, Bridges, was doing there. And just all sorts of confusion there as Ludwig, the first baseman, ended up catching that. Erickson not getting to the bag in time from second. And the end result is a bases loaded no-out situation for the Tigers catcher, Tyler Pettit, with a chance to tie this game up or more.
Yeah, and an odd situation right there defensively for the Gents. Appeared to have the wheel play on the bunt. First baseman Ludwig was crashing on that one, but Bridges behind the plate was able to field it. Right there, Ludwig really needs to do his best to get out of the play, perhaps into foul territory. Kind of confused Bridges on that one.
And it looks like there's a pitching change for Centenary and a discussion with the infielders about what to do the next time a bunt comes around. We'll take a quick break as Andy Porpora warms up, but some action here in the bottom of the fourth. After that miscommunication on the sacrifice bunt attempt, Andy Porpora put into a difficult jam right here. Bases loaded, nobody out for the catcher Tyler Pettit. And this defensive effort from Centenary, something we saw yesterday, 2 errors in each of the games. And with this Tigers offense, you cannot afford to give them these extra opportunities. We'll see what Pettit does with it here. First pitch is a breaking ball that loops in there for a strike.
Yeah, good job by Porpora to drop a breaking ball in right there in an attempt to keep the Tigers catcher off balance to start this at bat, which, as you mentioned, not an easy task to do. Pettit with an average up over 360 on the year, but is boasting an average well over 400 in conference play so far. A great chance to break this one open right here.
And 29 runs batted in for the 8-hole hitter. Pettit skies that one to left center field. Hewitt back for the catch, but the runners are tagging. And the run does come across to score. That's Meredith with the Tigers' 3rd run of the afternoon. Holloway also taking advantage and going to second, so a productive out. Pettit sending it to deep left center field. Now 1 away in the 4th.
Yeah, Pettit certainly put a charge into that one. From that last shot, you could see that the wind has died down just a bit. Inopportune time for him to send a ball to that spot in the field. Have to believe if he pulled that one just a little bit more, it has a chance of getting out. Tigers will certainly live with that result as they close the gap. Centenary now leading 4-3, but Scott Peterson steps in after turning a fantastic double play.
And he lines that one up the middle and into center field for a base hit. This ball game is tied thanks to that line drive RBI single from Scott Peterson.
Just a great job by Peterson, stepping into the box and being ready to hit immediately. That last at-bat, Purpura started Pettit off with a breaking ball, but Peterson saw a first pitch strike right there, first pitch fastball, and knew exactly what to do with it, sending it right back up the middle.
And that's Peterson's first run batted in of the 2021 season. This is just his 5th appearance. Now the top of the order back up for the Tigers. Rafe Chomet with a chance to give the Tigers the lead. He swings at the first pitch and sends it to first base. A nice play there from Ludwig to keep the ball in the infield and retire Chomet. But 2 runners do move over to second and third. It'll be up to some clutch 2-out hitting from Jack Wisniewski to see if the Tigers can take the lead here in the 4th.
Yeah, and certainly shows the value of getting runners on early in the inning. Now have 2 in scoring position with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Position that most of these Tiger hitters seem very comfortable with. Were able to scratch across 4 runs in the bottom of the 5th yesterday.
First pitch from Purpura to Wisniewski is a ball outside. Wisniewski had the first of a couple of clutch 2-out hits for the Tigers in Game 1 yesterday. Bases were loaded. Tigers were down 5. And Wisniewski lined one up the middle, driving in 2. We'll see if he can do the same thing here. The 1-0 hit almost hits Wisniewski. Apparently not. Instead, a 2-0 count for the Tiger shortstop. So after that close call, with the pitch behind him, Wisniewski back in the batter's box. Purpura waiting for the sign, now has it. The pitch at the top of the zone for a strike.
Yeah, and interesting to see. Not much of a challenge by Wisniewski on that pitch that ended up behind him. Tough angle for us here in the booth. Couldn't tell if that one perhaps got a piece of his jersey, but definitely a willingness from all these Tiger hitters to continue to stand in. Definitely want to put the bat on the ball any opportunity that they have.
And another pitch that nearly hits him on the arm. But Wisniewski able to get that out of there. And now has a good hitter's count, 3-1. 2 outs in this inning. Runners on second and third. Wisniewski trying to give the Tigers the lead. They trailed 4-1. Now battled back to tie it. Wisniewski awaits the 3-1. And he lines that one to left field. But the left fielder, Boudouin, has it. And so Purpura able to maintain the tie. But the Tigers scoring 2 runs here in the 4th to tie the ball game up. We are headed to the top of the 5th inning. Another good one here in San Antonio. Make sure to stay with us on the Tiger Network. we've got a brand new ball game here in the top of the 5th. Brady Robinson stepping to the plate for the Gents. Cade McGann on the mound. Throws that one in the dirt for ball 1. But Centenary and Trinity tied at 4.
Yeah, and you mentioned McGann on the mound right now for the Tigers. Has flown a bit under the radar since he came into this game. Has certainly been helped out by some great defense in the field, but he's gone 2 1/3 so far and only allowed 1 hit.
That pitch outside to Robinson. Robinson, the number 9 hitter, sent one over the left field fence for his 5th home run of the year. Fouls that one back. At the time, it extended Centenary's lead to 4-1. He looks to get something started here and turn it over to the top of the order. 9-1-2 due up for Centenary. And that one gets away from McGann off the glove of Pettit. Full count to Robinson.
Something that we haven't seen the Tigers pitching staff do today is issue a walk.
And they still have not, as of now, with that foul ball.
Important for them to continue to pitch to contact right here, especially having drawn even in this game and knowing the capabilities of these hitters.
That one is put in play by Robinson. Peterson able to get that ground ball and retire the number 9 hitter. So a full count at bat that McGann is able to win with that ground ball out.
Yeah, and a really good job by McGann right there, settling back in and just finding the zone after having thrown a couple pitches that missed by pretty wide margins.
Leadoff hitter Gary Hewitt now at the plate. Looks at that one high for a ball.
And you mentioned leadoff hitter stepping in here makes that first out of the inning that much more important. Shuts down the 9-hole hitter, not allowing him to turn over the lineup successfully.
Hewitt chops it to third, and that's a tough play called safe at first. Hewitt, one of the fastest runners in the conference, knew this was going to be a tough play. Holloway able to get that bounce. And a nice throw over to Goodrich, but Hewitt just able to beat it out. And so now a speedy runner at first. Hewitt leads the conference with 20 stolen bases on the year. Cody Crowder, the all-time hit leader for Centenary, at the plate. We'll see if something's going here on the base pass. And Crowder swings at the first pitch. That's in the gap and going all the way to the wall. Hewitt is around third, and he's going to score. Crowder into second base with the double. So after the Tigers tie this game up, the top of the Gents order responds by taking the lead right back.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Crowder this weekend and where he stands in terms of all-time statistics for the Gents. Some quiet games yesterday, but wastes no time there. Going down, getting a pitch that probably isn't that favorable, but able to dump one into the gap and drive a run in here for the Gents.
Preston Ludwig now at the plate. Just one out, and Crowder now at second. Ludwig fouls that one back. Crowder already holding the record for hits, doubles, triples, runs scored, walks, stolen bases, and games played for Centenary. And I believe with that extra base hit, he has broken the record for most extra base hits in Centenary history. McGann trying to settle down here after giving up the lead once again. Looks like that prediction that the score wouldn't end 4-2 came true.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that one, Brian. Looks like there's a visit to the mound right here. See if a change will be made. We talked earlier about some defensive plays, some spectacular defensive plays from the Tigers to start off innings. And in this half, we saw a ball hit to Holloway over there at third, not much that he could do. Played it about as well as you can, and see that that's the difference so far in this inning.
Yeah, it looks like this is just a talk at the mound. Don't think we'll see a pitching change, but we've seen a couple of visits like this that don't look like a change and then do result in one. But pitching coach back to the dugout, McGann getting a chance to stay on and finish the inning. So Preston Ludwig at the plate. Cody Crowder with an RBI double to take the lead for Centenary. The 1-1 here to Ludwig is sent out to the opposite way. Rafe charging in, has that one for the out.
Good job by McGann right there to find the zone with his breaking ball. Seen Ludwig have a ton of success this weekend with runners in scoring position, so really good job by the redshirt freshman on the mound for the Tigers to sit down the 3-hole hitter for the Gents.
Tyler Erickson now coming to bat with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Runner remains at second. McGann trying to limit the damage here and get the Tigers offense back to the plate. McGann checking on Crowder there at second. And there's just something about this 5th inning. We talked about it yesterday. In Game 1, the Tigers scored 5 runs in their half of the 5th. And then in Game 2, the Gents scored 4 runs in the 5th. So far, just 1 run for Centenary, but something in the air about this 5th inning that results in runs for both teams. That ball to Erickson high. McGann keeping an eye on Crowder before delivering that one in the dirt. Pettit stopping it. Keeping Crowder at second. Erickson lines that 2-0 pitch to right field. Rafe coming up with it. He guns it home, but it is not in time. Pettit stopping it, but the run does come across to score, so a 2-out single to right field from Tyler Erickson extends the Gents lead to 6-4.
Yeah, and a really good play by Chamet to get to that one quickly and get it back on the infield, but with 2 outs here in the inning, runner on second base moving as soon as that one comes off the bat, and not a great opportunity to throw out the runner at home.
And this time, Coach Smith on the mound making a pitching change, so that will do it for Cade McGann. We'll take a quick break as the Tigers bring in a new pitcher to face the Gents. Chris Haggard at the plate for Centenary, and James Natoli on the mound out of the bullpen for Trinity. The new pitcher, 1-0 on the year, a 3.57 ERA in 17 and 2/3 innings. And Haggard lines that one into center field for a base hit. Meredith there to get it quickly, so the runner stays at second, but a base hit to greet Natoli out of the bullpen.
Yeah, Natoli doing a good job attacking the zone early right here. Keeps that one down around the hitter's knees. Haggard does the only thing he really can, putting that one back in play up the middle. Tigers still just 1 out away from getting out of the top half of the 5th right here. Been a very successful inning for both sides in this series, so the Tigers certainly will look to take advantage in the bottom half.
And that ball outside to Ben Bridges. The Gents already with 10 base hits in today's game. They lead the SCAC in hits, and they're also 3rd in Division III. Came in with 389 hits on the year. That pitch not going to count. Looks like time was granted very late there. But Centenary behind only Barry and Birmingham Southern in Division III when it comes to base hits, and they're putting on a hit parade today. Already 10 in the 5th inning. Natoli trying to get out of this 5th. That ball low and inside. A 2-0 count to Ben Bridges.
Yeah, and the Gents certainly filling up the stat sheet today, but that's something that happens every once in a while when you come across a Tiger pitching staff like this one. They want to go out, attack the zone every game, come right at hitters and pitch to contact. Sometimes the ball is going to find its way down, and it's happened at times today, but we've also seen some pretty spectacular defense played in the field. So there's give and take with it, and Tigers will live with it knowing that they have some explosive bats in their order who can very quickly make up a 2-run deficit, having already come from behind 3 runs down in this one.
Yeah, certainly just got to keep it right here. The 3-0 to Bridges will have to wait. Natoli stepping off. And of those 10 base hits for the Gents, 4 of them for extra bases, and that comes after just 2 in the combined doubleheader last night. They lead the conference in doubles and triples, so going back to their extra base hit nature as Bridges looks at that one in the dirt. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Centenary in the top of the 5th. Already 2 runs across, they look to add more as Tyler Welch steps to the plate.
Yeah, and with that walk right there, the Tiger staff has now issued their first base on balls here in Game 3 of this weekend series. Definitely something they want to avoid as much as possible.
First pitch to Welch, a called strike inside. So a good start to this at bat for Natoli. Natoli, another senior, honored on today's Senior Day. Looks for a big moment here. 0-1 to Welch. Looped in there just high. A 1-1 count now to Welch. And Welch puts that one in play, but pops it up. Should be playable for the Tigers. And it's dropped out there behind second base. So 2 runs are going to come across to score. You see right here the replay. The second baseman, Peterson, looked to be in position and just dropping it in the shallow outfield. And an unfortunate error there for the Tigers as 2 runs come across to score, doubling the Gents' lead to 4.
Yeah, really tough break right there for the Tigers, especially for Natoli on the mound after issuing that walk on 4 pitches. Did a great job to come back and attack a hitter got some soft contact, but this entire weekend we've seen balls that have been hit in the air just hang up there and have been really tough for any defender to haul in.
John Baudouin now at the plate. That one's a called strike, bringing the count to 1-1. That ball high as well, so 2-1. Looks like they're calling that last play a hit. So 2 earned runs score. Baudouin now at the plate with a 2-1 count. He sends that one foul the other way. And Natoli looking to get out of this inning with no more damage. Already 4 runs across for Centenary. Trinity had just tied the game up at 4, and Centenary responding with 4 runs of their own. Baudouin sends this 2-strike pitch to the outfield. Rafe Chomet looks to have this one. And finally, the 3rd out of the inning is recorded. But Centenary strikes back with 4 runs to take the lead. And they're up 8-4 over the number 2 Trinity Tigers as we are halfway home. We'll take a quick break and be back on the Tiger Network. Andy Purpura had given up the lead in the last half inning that he was on the mound, but he finds himself with the lead once again as his Gents have scored 4 runs to give them an 8-4 lead, and he faces the heart of the Tigers' order, Ezra Gore leading off the bottom half of the 5th. A couple breaking balls, the first one in there for a called strike, this one lined into right field for a single. So Ezra Gore recognizing that second consecutive breaking ball and driving it the other way to lead off the inning with a single.
Yeah, really great piece of hitting by Gore right here. Purpura opting to throw the speedy 3-hole hitter a couple of breaking balls consecutively. Definitely a threat to lay down a bunt to start off the inning, but 2 pitches in very similar positions, and Gore too good of a hitter to lay off a second one.
So now Brian Schaub, the cleanup hitter, steps in, and that ball gets away from the catcher, but unable to advance is Gore. Bridges getting to it quickly.
Yeah, and understandable that Gore not advancing on that one. Not really a ball in the dirt. Bridges just getting a little bit crossed up on a pitch that continued to tail arm side in towards the right-handed batter. Certainly did not kick away far enough for Gore to advance the second.
That pitch to Schaub is high for a ball. Gore already with a stolen base in this game, his 5th of the year. We'll see if he's going here or if the Tigers take a more cautious approach trying to get more runners on. Already a 2-0 count in the favor of Schaub. And that breaking ball outside for ball 3, so Porpora getting behind the leading home run hitter in the SCAC.
Yeah, and certainly not a position you want to be in on the mound with this man standing in the batter's box right here. Does such a great job laying off pitches out of the zone, laying off speed and breaking pitches.
That one right down the middle for a strike. A 3-1 count. Schaub still with the advantage. Ezra Gore over there at first hasn't gone anywhere. The runner is going. That's a called strike. Gore is safe at second base, so a closer play this time. But Gore has his second stolen base of the game, 6th of the year. A little bit slow to get up, but looks to be okay. Looks like the ball got there just late. Erickson unable to get the tag down, but that was a called strike on Schaub, so the count full now at 3-2. Gore at second with nobody out. Schaub looking to chip away at the Gents' 4-run lead. Instead, he'll take another ball four for another walk. 36th walk on the year. And once again, after the Gents score 4 runs in the top half of the inning, the Tigers looking to respond right back. And the 5th inning proving again to be the action inning. 9 combined runs scored in the 5th inning yesterday. Already 4 from Centenary. And the Tigers have 2 men on with nobody out.
Yeah, and a great job by Schaub in that last at-bat, earning the free pass, as we'll see the Gents make a move on the mound right here. Important that the Tigers get base runners right here, down 4 runs.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break as the Gents make another pitching change. Tigers have something going in the bottom of the 5th, so stick around with us on the Tiger Network. Connor Cudd, the new pitcher on the mound for Centenary. He comes into a situation in which Mason Meredith is at the plate. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Currently holds a 4-run lead in the bottom of the 5th. Cudd throwing to second, trying to get Gore there. And right before that pickoff, it looked like Meredith is planning to square around the bunt. We'll see if that is in fact the case.
Cudd comes into this one having appeared in the second game of the doubleheader yesterday. Went an inning and a third, giving up just one hit and walking one batter.
Meredith does square around the bunt, but takes the ball outside. So a 1-0 count to the Tigers center fielder, looking to move the runners over and cut into this 4-run deficit. Shows bunt right away here, causing Cudd to step off there.
Yeah, and Cudd looking to keep Gore as close to second base as possible, giving his infielders a chance to perhaps get him at third base.
And instead of getting a bunt down, why not load the bases by getting hit? Cudd not wanting to do that right there. Meredith giving himself up and instead gets hit. So the best case scenario there for the Tigers is a bases loaded, nobody out situation. Christian Holloway coming to the plate, and the Tigers with the opportunity to claw right back into this one.
Never want to see any hitters get hit by any pitches. That one in an awkward position, catching Meredith in the back leg just above the knee. Good to see him okay down at first base, but great presence of mind by the senior to pull that bat back.
The hitter at the plate now knows a little bit about getting hit. He was hit last at bat, and now trying to drive in a couple of runs with no outs and the bases loaded. Christian Holloway lined to shortstop in his first at bat. Got Ezra Gore at third, Brian Schaub at second, Mason Meredith at first. Connor Cudd on the mound trying to get out of this jam somehow. Holloway grounds that one foul past third base.
Yeah, and the Tigers really need to take advantage of this opportunity that's really been gifted to them right here. Meredith was willing to sacrifice himself, give the Gents an out to work with in the bottom of this 5th inning. Instead, the Tigers now have the bases loaded with nobody out. Great opportunity to cut into this 8-4 deficit.
Holloway is down 0-2. We'll see if he can fight off a pitch here. And swings and misses at a ball in the dirt. Bridges able to get the ball quickly, and a big strikeout there for Cudd. First out of the inning.
Yeah, just a really, really nice pitch by Cudd right there. Started in the zone and dropped out really, really late. All the way, true freshman in this Tigers lineup. Not much that he could do with that one right there, but hands it over to a very experienced senior in Michael Goodrich, who's had a ton of success on the weekend.
2 home runs yesterday, 5 runs batted in. A prime opportunity with the bases loaded here. First pitch gets away from Bridges. Ezra Gore on his way home, and he is safe. And the home plate umpire is going to call Michael Goodrich out for interference and send the base runners back. Michael Goodrich incredibly upset at this call. We'll take a look at it. So the ball got away from Bridges. Gore stepping on home with plenty of time, and the ball hit Goodrich in the batter's box. And that's why the umpire is calling him out. A really tough break for Goodrich and the Tigers. And now a conversation between the umpire and head coach Tim Scannell, who yesterday was thrown out of the game arguing a call.
Yeah, and what's important to note in this situation right here, having seen that replay, it looked like Gore crossed home plate, had touched before the ball hit Goodrich standing in the batter's box. I believe that's probably the argument that Scannell's presenting to the home plate umpires. They'll meet in the infield right here to discuss the final outcome in this situation.
Umpire now coming to the Centenary dugout to explain the situation. And a longer conversation between the first base umpire now, so we'll see if there's a change on the ruling. But as it stands right now, there would be bases loaded with 2 outs, with Tyler Pettit coming to the plate. And it looks like the call on the field stands. Michael Goodrich out at the plate, Ezra Gore back at third, so no run comes across. The out is called. Now 2 outs. Tough break for Goodrich, but we'll see if Pettit can pick him up here with a 2-out hit.
Yeah, and in the 5th inning yesterday, we saw the Tigers have great success hitting with 2 outs. Great position for Pettit here, hitting over 400 in conference play on the year. As a catcher, has a great awareness of the strike zone, so going to fight and battle right here, looking for a good pitch to hit. Ball in the gap likely clears the bases for the Tigers.
And another delay here. So we had a good flow in this game, coming to a little bit of a halt here. Pettit now back in the batter's box. The pitch from Cud well outside.
Pettit, a veteran, experienced player at the plate right now. Spent some time at the Division I level playing just across the highway at the University of the Incarnate Word. Have to believe that in this situation, he's not going to be swinging at anything outside the strike zone. He's going to force Cud to come right at him, give him some hittable pitches.
Another ball in the dirt, so Cud a little erratic here out of the bullpen, but that wild pitch not resulting in a run because of that called out with Goodrich staying in the batter's box. But a couple in the dirt here, a 2-0 count to Pettit, who's looking to bring the Tigers back into this one, can tie it with one swing or cut into it with a base hit.
Yeah, and almost guaranteed a fastball right here. Have to believe that he has the green light.
It was not a fastball, instead an off-speed pitch that looked to be a little bit low. We'll see the replay right here. Pretty safely say that that was below Pettit's knees, but the home plate umpire calling it a strike, so a 2-1 count on the catcher. And I can imagine Pettit, out of anybody, would know the strike zone, being a catcher himself. But he's got a 2-1 count. Bases loaded, a big moment in this game. Tigers winning the first 2 games of this series. Centenary trying to scratch one out here on Sunday. Pettit lines that one into right field for a base hit. 1 run comes across to score. A second on its way. Schaub is in there for the second run. A clutch 2-out, 2 RBI single for Tyler Pettit. And the Tigers are down just 2.
Yeah, great piece of hitting right here by Pettit. You're going to see a fastball on the outside part of the plate. After a pitch that he thought was a ball low that was called a strike, he knows that the zone might be expanded a little bit. He's going to have to do something, and does a great job going the other way with a pitch on the outside part of the plate.
And a great slide there from Schaub to get in around the catcher Bridges. the ball got away anyway. But a big 2-out hit from Tyler Pettit. And now Scott Peterson will try to keep the rally going and maybe avenge himself after dropping a pop fly in the top half of the inning, allowing 2 runs to score. Has the ability to get 1 or 2 back. That ball well outside. Bridges able to get it, but Cudd a little rattled here in the bottom half of the 5th.
Yeah, and Pettit now at first base. Wouldn't be all that surprised to see him on the move, trying to take second and put two runners in scoring position for the Tigers right here. Would also take away the force out in the infield for the Gents.
We've got another stoppage here. A visit to the mound. The whole infield gathering around. And I think you're right, Luke. Tyler Pettit with 3 stolen bases on the year over there at first. Sneaky fast for a catcher. And could just cause some commotion on the base paths with Scott Peterson hitting here.
Yeah, and with Cudd not exiting the game, likely a discussion about the defense, perhaps in a situation where Pettit decides to take off and attempt to take second base.
Peterson, in his last at-bat, singled up the middle to drive in a run. His first run batted in of the year. A big spot here. 1-0 count, runners at the corners. And he grounds that one into the hole, into left field, past the diving Robinson. And another RBI single for Peterson. And the Tigers are back to within 1.
Great job by Peterson right there. Sits back. Cudd not overwhelming any of these Tiger hitters right now. So a good job to remain patient, allow that ball to travel deep in the zone. Peterson does a nice job to pull his hands through, get the barrel on the baseball, and just poke that one through the left side of the infield.
And now Rafe Chomet at the plate. We take a look at his last at-bat. An opposite field solo home run. His second home run in as many days. He now has runners on first and second. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th, trying to tie this game up or take the lead. The first pitch to Chomet is driven into right field, and that is down for a base hit. This ball game is tied as Pettit comes across to score. Chomet into second base safely, and the Tigers have tied this game up.
Yeah, Brian, and you talked about it earlier. There's certainly something in the air, something going on in the 5th inning in this series. Gents able to scratch 4 across in the top half of the inning, but Tigers don't hesitate and answer here. Especially impressive considering the fact that all this damage has been done now with 2 outs here in the inning.
Yeah, after that really strange play on the wild pitch with Goodrich being called out, the Tigers were an out away from not coming across with any runs here in the 5th. But a big 2-out hit from Tyler Pettit, followed by another 2-out hit by Peterson, and now Rafe Chomet. And it's a brand new ball game once again. Each team scoring 4 runs in the 5th inning. Another visit to the mound for Cudd. Might be it for him. And it is. So the day is over for Connor Cudd, and we'll have to wait and see who the new arm from the bullpen is. We'll be right back after a quick break. Lots of action here in San Antonio. Don't miss a second of it. Jacob Colby in from the bullpen trying to get out of this disastrous fifth inning for the Gents pitching staff. Already 4 runs have come across and 2 more are in scoring position. Jack Wisniewski stepping to the plate. If you've been with us at the beginning of the 5th inning, this game was 4-4. And if you went away for a few minutes, you'd be surprised to see it's now 8-8. Both teams scoring 4 runs in this explosive inning. Wisniewski trying to make it 5-6. That ball gets away from Bridges, but he collects it and throws, but not in time. Peterson scoring the go-ahead run. So the first pitch from Colby out of the bullpen, Bridges unable to stop it, and Peterson just getting in there ahead of the tag. So plenty of action around the plate with these pass ball wild pitches. This one results in the go-ahead run for the Tigers.
Yeah, and a great read by Peterson right there. Bridges did everything he could on that pitch. Really tough to see the first pitch from a new pitcher out of the bullpen in the ground so significantly. Wisniewski in the batter's box doing a good job to clear out of the way on that one. Didn't want a repeat of what we saw with Michael Goodrich earlier in the inning.
Yeah, I think every Tiger hitter from now on will make sure to get out of the batter's box on a pitch that gets away from the catcher. Wisniewski, a 2-0 count. That one's low for ball 3, so Colby not sharp out of the bullpen in this first at-bat, allowing the go-ahead run to score on that wild pitch. And still trouble with a runner on third, Rafe Chomet, who tied this game with a 2 RBI double. That pitch in there for a strike. Wisniewski connects with that one, sends it deep to right field, and that is out of here. A 2-run home run from Jack Wisniewski, and the offense keeps on coming for the Tigers. They now lead 11-8 here in the 5th inning.
Yeah, and Wisniewski just absolutely demolishes this pitch, sending it way out of here near that national championship banner in right field. Talked a lot about his ability just to go wherever with the baseballs. Used the entire field this year. We've yet to seen a home run off of his bat, but leaves no doubt in our minds with that one right there.
I just hope there weren't any cars parked out there. Wisniewski crushing it well into the Trinity parking lot there. What an offensive outburst for the Tigers here in the 5th inning. 7 runs have come across to score. And Ezra Gore now up to bat. 2 outs and nobody on. And he swings at the first pitch and sends it to left field. And that's off the wall. Gore is going to coast into second base with a double. And the hits keep on coming. The Tigers not letting up offensively.
This one, a bit of a surprise to see it travel as far as it did. Gore way out in front of it. See that wall, especially high where he hit it, don't believe that it would have gotten out, maybe halfway up the first of the 2 sections. But nonetheless, a really great piece of hitting by Gore right there. Keeps that inning going here for the Tigers with another home run threat stepping into the batter's box right now in Brian Schaub.
And Ezra Gore with his second base hit of the inning, single to start the 5th and now doubling. We'll see if Colby is done after giving up a wild pitch run, a home run, and a double. And he is, in fact, out of here. Another pitching change for the Gents. The Tigers exploding here in the 5th and not done yet. We'll be right back. Welcome back to San Antonio. We are, yes, still in the 5th inning. The Tigers came in down 8-4. They find themselves up 11-8. 7 runs have come across to score. Most recently, a 2-run home run from Jack Wisniewski. Now Brian Schaub at the plate. And he swings at the first pitch from Parker Primo out of the bullpen. A lazy pop-up. Does he see it? Brady Robinson does. Erickson totally lost out there, but Robinson coming in for the rescue. But not before 7 runs come across to score for the Tigers on 6 base hits. They do leave a runner on at second, but the Tigers showing their explosive offense here, and we'll be right back with the top of the 6th on the Tiger Network. Welcome back to San Antonio, Texas. The Trinity Tigers up 11-8 over the Centenary College Gents. James Natoli on the mound after an inning that saw 11 combined runs, 4 from Centenary and then 7 by the Tigers. Brady Robinson swings through that pitch. But Luke, have you caught your breath yet from that last inning?
I haven't, actually. I mean, so much excitement. Lots of really good baseball that's been played here this weekend, and much of it coming in kind of short stretches in the 5th inning.
Robinson, who homered earlier in the game, skies it out to center field. And that's caught by Mason Meredith for the first out of the inning. This big SCAC matchup between the 19th ranked Centenary Gents and the 2nd ranked Trinity Tigers, just emblematic of the wild action that we can see around the conference. And taking a look at the scores from around the SCAC, we have the University of Dallas over St. Thomas 15-5 in the 7th inning. Austin College trails Southwestern 4-12, and Texas Lutheran currently leading 8-4 over Schreiner. So plenty of runs being scored everywhere around the conference. Gary Hewitt at the plate, already 2 for 3 today. Takes that one low for a ball. Conference play coming to a close pretty soon. The Tigers host a midweek matchup with Texas Lutheran that will actually go down as a non-conference affair, as Hewitt lines that one into left field, for his 3rd base hit of the day. So the top of the order for the Gents producing yet again. But the Tigers hosting Texas Lutheran on Tuesday, and then their final conference series of the year against the Southwestern Pirates up in Georgetown, ahead of the SCAC tournament later in May. But before that, a good one here between the Gents and the Tigers. Natoli delivers to the lefty Crowder, who steps out, calling time.
Yeah, and for the Tigers right here, Brian, certainly important that they don't take their foot off the gas pedal. Saw them go up 6 runs in the second game of yesterday's doubleheader, but the Gents were able to find their way back into that one. Important that Natoli gets out of this inning quickly. Did a good job to record the first out. Going to need to be careful with Hewitt on first base currently. Some great speed over there.
Natoli keeping a close eye on him. Delivers to Crowder. That one in the dirt. Pettit unable to get it in time. Hewitt taking second base. You mentioned that speed over there. Hewitt with 20 stolen bases on the year, enough to lead the conference, but they're taking advantage of a ball in the dirt to move into scoring position.
Yeah, and looked like that one was well short of the plate. Pettit doing a really good job, as he has done all season, making sure he keeps that one in front of himself. That one just ricochets a little bit too far away from him.
Crowder fouls that one towards his dugout, so he's down 1-2. Natoli trying to keep this lead intact for the Tigers. A breaking ball nearly hitting Crowder, but just missing him, so a 2-2 count now. And we also mentioned a little bit earlier, Wash U, who's ranked number 1 in the nation, just ahead of Trinity, lost 2 games yesterday to Buena Vista, and they're down yet again in the 8th, 2-1. So the Tigers trying to move up in the rankings. Crowder sends that one towards right and into right field. Hewitt will score easily from second. And so Centenary not going down quietly either here in the 6th. Crowder with an RBI single.
Now we see that again. Crowder at a disadvantage right there. Lefty standing in the batter's box facing Natoli. Another big lefty on the mound. That ball moving away from him almost in the other batter's box, but does just enough with it. Reaches out, gets the barrel on it, and able to poke it past Peterson at second base.
And that wild pitch coming into play, allowing Hewitt to get to second and then scoring easily on that base hit. Natoli checking on Crowder there with Preston Ludwig at the plate. Crowder himself has 15 stolen bases on the year. And Pettit out to talk to Natoli. No lead seems quite safe here on this Sunday afternoon series finale. Conversation complete. Pettit heading back behind the plate. And Preston Ludwig, the number 3 hitter for Centenary, will try to keep this inning going. Ludwig 1 for 3 on the day, has driven in a run and scored a run. Leads the conference in runs batted in. And he drives that into the left center field gap. Gore unable to get there. He cuts it off, holding Ludwig to a single. Crowder does advance to third. Some more hard hit balls by the Gents. And they have runners at the corners with just 1 out.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a looping breaking ball from Natoli right there. Perhaps a curveball or a slider. Just didn't get enough break on that one. Caught a little bit too much of the bottom of the zone.
And that base hit will be it for Natoli. Another pitching change for the Tigers. We'll take a quick break and be right back on the Tiger Network. Matthew Thomas in from the bullpen to face the heart of the Gents order. Tyler Erickson to the plate with runners at the corners and 1 out. Thomas checks the runner at first. That's Ludwig over there. First pitch high for a ball.
Thomas comes into this game third in innings pitched for this Tigers staff, but he's operated purely out of the bullpen this year. Come into 11 games, has 5 saves on the season.
That Thomas pitch fouled back from Erickson.
We last saw him yesterday. The first action of our doubleheader, came in to get the final 2 outs of that one. Earned the save as well.
Yeah, Thomas, someone we typically see in the most high-stress situations for the Tigers, and he gets a ground ball from Erickson to Peterson, turns it to Wisniewski on to first for the double play. A big 4-6-3 double play to get out of the inning. You see the replay right here, perfectly turned. Peterson, Wisniewski to Goodrich. And the Tigers keep their 2-run lead. The Gents do add 1 to creep a little bit closer. Tigers coming to bat in the bottom of the 6th, and we'll be right back on the Tiger Network. Parker Primo, after getting 1 out in 1 pitch, gets Meredith to swing at that first pitch and recorded for the out Ludwig in foul territory. So Parker Primo out of the bullpen, doing the best job out of any Centenary pitcher today. He came in to wrap up that wild 5th inning after the Tigers had scored 7 runs.
Primo was back on the rubber pretty much immediately, ready to get going, working very quickly right here. Starts Holloway off with a first pitch fastball that's in there for a strike. Knows that his team, having scratched 1 across in the top of the inning, holds the momentum, trying to make sure he can get his bats back up to the plate as quickly as possible.
Holloway grounds that one, but off of him in the batter's box, so a foul ball. An 0-2 count to Holloway. And Primo, through 3 innings in Game 1 yesterday, gave up 4 runs, 3 of which were earned. He still leads the SCAC with the best ERA, 3.47 among qualified pitchers who have thrown enough innings. So someone the Gents trust to keep the score right here. Has retired his first 2 batters, now ahead of Holloway 1-2. That one sliding across the plate, but ending up outside, evening up the count at 2-2. Bridges looking into the dugout for the sign. Looks to be ready now. Relays it to Primo. And a similar pitch and a similar result. Holloway able to lay off. And the count now full after being down 0-2. So a nice patient at-bat by Holloway after the first pitch out from Meredith. The 3-2 fouled back. So Holloway stays alive for another pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Great at-bat here by Holloway after first pitch out in the previous at-bat, but also a great response by the freshman who struck out on 3 pitches his last time up to the plate. Has done a really good job here handling off-speed pitches and breaking balls.
He takes that one and sends it to shortstop. Brady Robinson tries to come up with it, but unable to. So that gets past him into left field, and that should be a base hit for Christian Holloway with 1 out in the inning.
Yeah, impressed that Robinson was able to make his way over to get a glove on that one, but would have been an incredibly tough play had he come up with it cleanly, and certainly looked like it would be a base hit all along for Holloway.
And back at the plate, Michael Goodrich, the victim of one of the strangest plays we've seen calling Trinity baseball this year, was called out for staying in the batter's box on a ball that got past the catcher Bridges, swings through that first pitch from Primo. So it looked like a run had come across to score as Ezra Gore came in from third, but the home plate umpire called Goodrich out for not getting out of the box, and Pettit, luckily for the Tigers, able to follow up with a 2 RBI single with 2 outs that got that 7-run inning started. Goodrich sees a second strike called.
Yeah, and a couple pitches on the inner half of the plate to the big Tiger first baseman today. Definitely a dangerous position to be working. Guy that we saw hit a couple balls out, and pitches on the inner half of the plate are certainly right in his wheelhouse.
The 0-2 to Goodrich, probably not where Primo wanted it, catching a lot of the plate, and Goodrich putting a good swing on it, fouling it back. Primo, a sophomore pitcher from Lake Charles, Louisiana.
And Holloway, in his last at-bat, did a really good job of slowing the pace of this inning. Goodrich doing the same here, continuing to fight.
Goodrich, another 2-strike line drive that goes foul, but a couple of good swings here for the first baseman.
Yeah, and seemingly changed his approach a little bit in this at-bat. Saw a pretty big swing that resulted in the first strike, but these last 2 pitches, he shortened up a little bit, was able to fight them off to the right side, and look to put something in play here.
That one just outside. So the first ball of this at-bat, Goodrich able to lay off. The 1-2 to Goodrich. Fouled back once again. And you can hear the Tigers dugout cheering him on. A couple of nice battles here. First from Holloway, taking the count from 0-2 to 3-2 and getting a base hit. Now Goodrich fouling off a few pitches to stay alive with 2 strikes. We'll see if he can keep battling or put something in play. And he takes that 2-strike pitch to Robinson at short, on to Erickson and on to Ludwig, but not able to get the out at first. So a ground ball that allows the Gens to get the lead runner out, but Goodrich hustling down the line and able to get safely on first. You see right there, close, but definitely getting there before the throw. Bringing Tyler Pettit to the plate. Pettit in his last at-bat when it looked like the Tigers might waste a bases loaded and nobody out opportunity. Came through with an opposite field single that drove in 2 runs, cutting the Centenary lead at the time to 8-6. Following that, Tigers added 5 more runs to take the lead, but none of it would have happened without Pettit's 2-out hit. Primo's first pitch to Pettit, outside for a ball. We've got Goodrich over there at first now, who has 6 stolen bases on the year. And that ball hits Pettit. Likely not what Primo wanted to do here, with 2 outs, putting a runner in scoring position and extending the inning for a Tigers offense that has already scored 11 runs on 13 hits. And at the plate now, Scott Peterson, someone who has not played much at all this year, but has come through big today, 2 for 3, and both of those hits have driven in runs. So a great performance from Peterson. Peterson looks at a strike outside. This is just the 5th game Peterson has appeared in this year, but Coach Scannell trusting him in this series finale against the number 19 Centenary Gents, and he's delivering. Looks to drive in another run here. And he lines it up the middle, and that gets through into center. With 2 outs, the runner is being sent, and he is going to score. Goodrich. A third base hit for Scott Peterson, and a 3rd run batted in. The Tigers get that run right back.
And again, we see Peterson go back up the middle, not trying to do too much with anything that he's seen at the plate today, but outstanding performance from a Tiger that we haven't seen very often this year. Figure after today, he'll have his number called in some situations where Tigers need someone to step up to the plate and deliver a big hit.
Speaking of delivering big hits at the plate, Rafe Chomet back in the box, 2 for 4 on the day, has 2 runs batted in, one of which came on a big home run the opposite way, and also tied the game as he sees that first pitch outside for a ball. Rafe trying to add on to the lead for the Tigers. As you can tell by the scoreboard, runs aplenty here, so every one that the Tigers can get matters, as we know that Centenary can strike back as well. Rafe swings through that pitch, a 1-1 count. Both teams now at 14 hits apiece.
You mentioned earlier in the inning, Pettit delivering when he had the opportunity to hit with 2 outs previously. Similar in this inning, Goodrich hustling down the line on a ball that was softly hit in the infield. Almost a double play that would have gotten the Gents out of the inning, but instead Goodrich just able to beat it out and allows his teammates to keep swinging it and ultimately scratch across another run here.
Yeah, good call there. Just a game of inches, and the slightest play can make the biggest difference. Primo trying to get out of this inning. Rafe, the 1-2. That ball outside and low. Bridges stopping it from going away. We've got Pettit out there at second. Peterson at first. 2-2 count and 2 outs. Tigers up 12-9 and looking for more. Bridges gives Primo the sign, and he's ready. And Rafe puts that one in play, but into the shift. That's Robinson over there, who gets the third out of the inning. But the Tigers respond with another run of their own. They lead 12-9, headed to the top of the 7th inning. We'll be right back on the Tiger Network. Before we get back to action here in the 7th inning, some reporting from around the conference in some other sports for you Centenary fans watching. Your men's soccer team is headed to penalty kicks in the championship for the SCAC tournament. They're facing St. Thomas. This is Centenary's first ever tournament appearance, and they have made it to the championship game. So a close one there, and that's happening in Shreveport. As for the women's soccer tournament, our Trinity Tigers have brought home the championship. Congratulations to Coach Harrison and the Tigers for bringing that home. A fantastic season that has been conference only, and they get what they were hoping for, a conference championship. Matt Thomas on the mound, ready to face Chris Haggard here, who sends that first pitch out to left field. Ezra Gore with plenty of room, and he gets the first out of the inning. So 1 pitch and 1 out for Thomas, who got a much-needed double play in the last inning. He came in with runners at the corners and just 1 out, but got a 4-6-3 double play to limit the damage and keep Trinity's lead. First pitch to Bridges is high. And another update from Iowa, Washington University in St. Louis, the number 1 team in the nation, down 5-1 to Buena Vista. They're facing a 3-game sweep. And I don't know, Luke, if the Tigers are able to finish off this sweep of a top 20 team, and seeing Wash U get swept by Buena Vista, a team that was 9-16 going into the weekend, I think the Tigers have the right to claim the top spot yet again.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with you. One thing that we've seen really consistently from Washington University in St. Louis has been really great pitching all year, but they've really struggled to get the bats going. It's hurt them in this series this weekend. For the Tigers, hitting has not been an issue at any point this year. Obviously, the Gents have managed to get 9 runs across in this one, but we've seen the Tigers pitching staff be really competitive at times, and we know it's just a matter of time before they put everything together and consistently play complete games.
Yeah, and this game has shown the offensive capability that they have, as Bridges fouls that one off himself in the batter's box. Trinity currently ranked 2nd in Division III. They came into today with a 25-3 record. Wash U came into the weekend 21-1, so already more losses this weekend than they had in the entire season. The 2-2 from Thomas outside for a ball. But a really exciting finish to the season for sure, as we get closer to the SCAC tournament and possibly the NCAA tournament, depending on how that goes. That one fouled off by Bridges. We are nearing the 5-year anniversary of the 2016 National Championship for the Trinity Tigers, and if you tuned in before the game, you got to see a member of that championship team, Jeremy Wolf, speak about that team as Bridges looks at ball 4 to get on base here in the top of the 7th. Battling against Thomas, a full count that he's able to turn into a walk. So now Tyler Welch headed to the plate with 1 out in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, not a bad pitch from Thomas right there. Looked like it was just outside of the zone, but more than likely quite a bit off of the spot that Tyler Pettit had set up for the pitcher, and that's ultimately what cost him in that at-bat. But a good start to the top of the 7th right here for Centenary. Again, down 3 runs, but as you can tell, they haven't been hard to come by in this series, so far from over here in this one.
Welch lines that one up the middle. Peterson unable to come up with it on that diving attempt. So another base hit for Welch. That's his 3rd of the afternoon. Looks like it nicked the glove of Thomas. Peterson then unable to come up with it. In the end, it gets into center field, and 2 runners on with 1 out for John Baudouin.
Yeah, and a tough break for the Tigers right there. Typically on deflections, you're going to see it ricochet off to one side. It looked like Thomas just kept that one up in the air for Peterson, gave the second baseman an even better chance at coming up with it, but just out of the reach.
Before John Baudouin steps into the plate, a visit to the mound from pitching coach Dave Smith. In that conversation with Jeremy Wolf, he talked about how that 2016 championship team really took it upon themselves to take one game at a time, one inning at a time, and that's what allowed them to ultimately come out on top of Division III with that victory up in Wisconsin. This Tiger team with similar aspirations, ranked 2nd in the nation, might be back at the top soon, but first having to escape this inning, Matt Thomas with a ball to Baudouin, who is 0 for 3 on the day. Baudouin, one of 2 gents without a base hit today. He has runners at 1st and 2nd with 1 out. That's Bridges at 2nd, Welch at 1st. And the runners are off. Pettit throwing behind at 2nd, and the ball gets away from Peterson. And the runner will score all the way from 2nd. Bridges, the lead man of the double steal, able to come across to score, and Welch, who Pettit was trying to get out there at 2nd, will make it all the way to 3rd. So we've said it all series long, the Gents love running around the base paths. They're 2nd in the conference in stolen bases, and a double steal there results in a run, and another one just 90 feet away. This pitch to Baudouin, outside for a ball.
And on that last play, the Gents have to tip their caps to Baudouin, standing in the batter's box. Did a really good job to swing, offering at a pitch that wasn't anywhere close, but certainly made it a much more difficult throw for Pettit. That one ended up kicking into the outfield, allowing the Gents to scratch a run across here.
And now Baudouin ahead 3-1. Thomas looking to keep the score at 12-10. Throws a strike there to bring the count full. This inning started with a fly out from Haggard, but then a walk from Bridges on a 3-2 count. And now up the middle goes Baudouin, stopped by Wisniewski, but unable to throw it in time. A nice stop by Wisniewski, but Baudouin too quick over to 1st, and he drives in a run with the infield single, and the Gents down just 1 once again.
And a great play by Wisniewski right there. Ranges over to his left, keeps it in the infield. Would have been remarkable if he could have gotten that one over to Goodrich at first base accurately and on time, but seemed like a bit of a stretch from the start.
Brady Robinson swings at the first pitch and fouls it out of Tyler Pettit's mitt. Robinson with the solo home run earlier today. Plenty of power here at the bottom of the Centenary lineup. Baudouin over there at first being checked on. He only has one stolen base on the year. Thomas checking on him. Now the pitch to Robinson in the dirt. Pettit able to stop it. Robinson nearly offering. Instead, has a 1-1 count.
And again, a good job by Pettit behind the plate on that ball in the dirt. Really instills confidence in this pitching staff when he makes plays like that. Does a really great job making sure he gets his shoulders around it.
Robinson up the middle with Wisniewski, a diving stop and dropped by the second baseman Peterson and called safe. We'll see if this was on the transfer or if Peterson dropped the throw. Tough to tell from that angle.
And it looks like perhaps Peterson, knowing that he was going to have to hustle, went for the bare hand and couldn't come up with it there. A great effort by Wisniewski, again, ranging to his left, keeping a ball in the infield. Tigers really need to make sure that they come away with at least one out in a situation like that.
So now the top of the order up for the Gents, Gary Hewitt. Another diving stop by Wisniewski that just isn't able to result in an out, his second of the inning. And the tying run in scoring position for the Gents, Baudouin at second, Robinson at first, Hewitt at the plate. He's 3 for 4 on the day, has scored 3 times. Thomas stepping off and checking on the runners. But Hewitt, 3 for 4 today, hitting .385 on the year. Also hitting .500 with runners in scoring position. He looks at that 0-1 pitch up and in.
Close miss by Thomas right there. Didn't change the eye level much. Just a little too high, but a good offer.
Thomas with the 1-1 swung on and fouled back.
Yeah, and Thomas really reaching back right here. A couple plays in the infield that weren't made defensively. He's really taking it upon himself. Really throwing downhill right now, trying to overpower these Gents bats.
He's looking for a big strikeout here if he can get it, or a ground ball double play, though Hewitt is a fast runner. And there he hits Hewitt on the elbow. Not at all what he wanted to do, but the umpire is saying that he is going to be called out, that he put his elbow in over the plate. We'll look at it right here. So the ball clearly hitting Hewitt on the elbow. But the umpire coming out right away. And a discussion here with head coach from Centenary, Mike Diaz. Quite upset. While this discussion goes on, some happy news to report for Centenary fans. Your men's soccer team has won the SCAC championship for the first time in school history, winning it in penalty kicks. So some exciting SCAC action going on. Of course, 18 sports have been happening all in this spring semester. Soccer, which typically plays in the fall, wrapping up their seasons here in late April. Trinity winning the women's soccer championship, Centenary winning the men's soccer championship, and we've got both of those schools battling right here on the baseball diamond. And it looks like the end result of that discussion with the umpires and head coach Mike Diaz is that the call on the field stands. Hewitt called out for putting his elbow in, and so instead of being granted the base and loading the bases for the Gents, there are now 2 outs and Cody Crowder coming to the plate.
Going back to that news you just reported, perhaps even more impressive for the Centenary soccer team was the fact that they were the lowest seed in the SCAC tournament this year. Came all the way from that 6th seed position to take home the hardware, or I guess keep the hardware in Shreveport.
Goes to show that anything can happen in the wacky and wild SCAC. Cody Crowder, the 1-0 from Thomas, away for a ball. The tying run at second base. Baudouin out there, Robinson at first. Thomas trying to keep the lead for the Tigers. That ball outside for a ball. Pettit coming out to talk to his pitcher.
Yeah, and after Centenary head coach Diaz was thrown from this game, it seems that it's provided a bit of a spark for the dugout. Have grown much louder right here, trying to support their team. Thomas, a veteran presence on the mound for the Tigers. Seen him operate in a lot of different scenarios this year, and sure he won't be rattled in this one here. Has an open base in the infield still, so down 3-0 against Crowder. Doesn't want to give him anything too good to hit right here, knowing that he can face the next batter as well.
And it will have to be the next batter that he retires, as Cody Crowder draws a 4-pitch walk. So the bases now will be loaded. Preston Ludwig coming to the plate, but it looks like Thomas will not get to face Ludwig, as Coach Dave Smith out to the mound. And another pitching change for the Tigers. Top of the 7th, Centenary down 1. They have the bases loaded. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. First year Ethan Clark tasked with a jam in the 7th inning. Bases loaded for Centenary, and their number 3 hitter, Preston Ludwig, who leads the conference in runs batted in, will try to tie or take the lead here for Centenary. We've had a back and forth affair here in San Antonio. Centenary once up 4-1. Tigers tied it at 4-4. Jensen took an 8-4 lead before the Tigers scored 7. And now we're back at 12-11. Centenary threatening, and the first pitch to Ludwig is low and outside for a ball.
Yeah, not a bad idea from Clark right there. Ludwig has had a really successful weekend at the plate. More than likely expecting the first year to come in leading with his fastball. Definitely going to need to make use of his secondary pitches to have success right here.
And that breaking ball on the inside corner for strike 1. Clark came in last night, game 2, and threw a scoreless inning. Trying to get out of this jam here. 1-1 to Ludwig. Hits him, and that will tie the game as Preston Ludwig is hit with the bases loaded. And we have a brand new ball game once again, tied at 12. You see Ludwig wearing that elbow guard for a reason. Hit right there.
Yeah, and a little bit odd to see from Clark right there. Felt like his release point in this at-bat had been really good. Saw a couple of nice breaking balls from him. Perhaps just a two-seam fastball or something right there that ran in on the right-handed hitter. So a tough break for Clark right here. Definitely going to try and come back. Needs to get this out to get out of this half.
Tyler Erickson now at the plate with the bases loaded. He swings out the first pitch, puts it in the air. Rafe charges in and makes the catch to get out of the inning. So this game will remain tied, but Centenary does score 3 in the top of the 7th to tie this game at 12. It is time to stretch in San Antonio. We will be right back with the bottom of the 7th. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to San Antonio. We have a tied ball game. Earlier in the ball game, Jack Wisniewski sent this 2-run home run to right center field to give the Tigers a 3-run lead at the time. He'll step back to the plate looking to give the Tigers a lead once again. Parker Primo remains on the mound for Centenary. That pitch to Wisniewski outside, so a 2-0 count. Primo has thrown an inning and a third, given up 1 earned run. Came into that 5th inning in which the Tigers had scored 7 and shut the door. But falling behind Wisniewski here, 3-0. That 3-0 in there for a strike. Wisniewski trying to get on base to start the bottom half of the 7th. The heart of the Tigers order due up: Wisniewski, Gore, and Schaub. Wisniewski fouls that one back. The count full now at 3-2. Primo ready for this full count delivery, and Wisniewski sends it towards that right center field gap, and that is down. Wisniewski rounds first, and he's headed for second. He's going to stand up there for a lead-off double. So Wisniewski able to start this 7th inning with an extra base hit, and the Tigers have something going right away.
Yeah, and a hitter in the Tigers lineup that we've talked about a lot, specifically his willingness to use the entire field, but today a very pull-happy left-handed hitter, and he's shown the pop that he has in his at-bat. Great start to this home half of the 7th inning for the Tigers. Right away, have a runner in scoring position. And Gore, another great person to have at the plate right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see him lay down a bunt, and with his speed, he has the capability of beating one out.
He does not square on the bunt, instead sends that one to left field, but that looks to be playable, and it is. So a first pitch swinging attack from Gore. He's done that a couple times today, but Baudouin able to get that one. And I'm with you, Luke. I was maybe expecting a bunt there with Gore's speed able to not only move the runner over, but possibly beat out a throw. But instead, he is 3 for 4 on the day. He has a very capable bat. Just not working out for him there.
Yeah, but you know that if we in the booth understand and know, maybe expect a bunt to be laid down, that opposing coaching staffs are also aware of that. Gore specifically, we've seen teams prepare for very well. Third baseman likely playing in that scenario.
Schaub takes the first pitch from Primo and hits it hard, but right to the third baseman, Haggard. And he's able to get Schaub across the diamond, so hits that one hard, but a nice reaction there and able to get the cleanup hitter. So 2 pitches and 2 outs with Gore and Schaub swinging at the first pitch. And it'll be up to center fielder Mason Meredith to drive in that run with 2 outs in the 7th. Already 2 for 3 on the day, has driven in 1 run, scored 2 himself. Primo looking at Wisniewski. Meredith looks at that one in the dirt. Meredith yesterday coming up with a big 2-out hit with the bases loaded. Someone who comes up in the clutch so often for the Tigers. A senior being celebrated on Senior Day. Can he come through with the go-ahead hit? He sends that one up the middle, but that's Robinson right there at short and throws it to Ludwig for the out. So Wisniewski leads off the inning with the double, but Gore, Schaub, and Meredith retired after that, and Primo able to keep this a tie game. We're headed to the top of the 8th inning in San Antonio. Trinity, Centenary tied at 12. We'll be right back on the Tiger Network. Chris Haggard leading off the top of the 8th for the Gents. He'll try to get something going, already 2 for 4 on the day. Looks at that first pitch for a ball. Clark came in to the top of the 7th with the bases loaded and gave up the tying run by hitting Preston Ludwig in the elbow, then was able to escape without more damage. That one in the dirt, so the count 2-0 to Haggard. Centenary has scored 12 runs on 16 hits. They have no errors. Trinity, 12 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors. That's a called strike. Clark trying to get the all-important leadoff hitter out. Delivers a strike right there, evening up the count, 2-2. Haggard grounds that to third. Holloway with the long throw. Not in time. Haggard able to beat it out. Haggard grounding this to third, and Holloway doing a nice job to get it. Tries to bounce it to Goodrich, but Haggard beating it out. So an infield single for Haggard. And Haggard, who has 9 stolen bases on the year, now on first. Ben Bridges looking to the third base coach, seeing what the play is here. Will he bunt him over? Not on that first pitch, which is high for a ball.
Yeah, and on that last play, another tough break for Holloway over there at third base. Second time in this game that we've seen him forced to take a ball on a rather long hop, allowing the runner to get further down the line. Made a strong throw again, but just late.
And Clark keeping a close eye on Haggard, nearly picking him off there. (1-0) here. Bridges fouls that one back, so still no sign of bunt. Still checking with the third base coach. And Clark picks off once again, but Haggard in there safely.
Yeah, and wouldn't be too much of a surprise to see him square around after having seen a couple of pitches. Try and catch the defense off guard after showing his willingness to swing earlier in the at-bat.
Clark with a quick delivery there, trying to catch Bridges off guard himself, but that's well outside for ball 2. Clark also trying to get the ball quickly to home in case Haggard is off and running. We'll see if anything is on with this 2-1 count. That's a called strike outside. So another 2-2 count. Clark now ready for the 2-2 to Bridges. And that one is driven out to left field. Gore now going backwards. Does he see it? That is over the wall. Bridges with the 2-run home run over the left field wall. And the Gents have taken the lead here in the 8th inning. Gore coming in at first. Looked like he had a play, and then he started going back. And the ball ended up over the fence.
Yeah, and the wind has been a little bit tricky here today from this angle. It looked like Gore might have had a read on that baseball, but immediately off the bat, I felt like that one had a chance of getting out of here.
That's Bridges' 3rd home run on the year. The second for the Gents on the afternoon. Brady Robinson had the other one. And a called strike there to Tyler Welch. But the leadoff infield single and then the 2-run home run putting the Gents on top 14-12 in the top of the 8th. Clark trying to settle back down. No one on and no one out. Welch swings and fouls that one off. Welch 3 for 4 on the day. has driven in 2 runs. He's currently hitting .417. And he swings and misses at that one. So he'll head to the dugout. Clark able to respond with a strikeout.
Yeah, great response by Clark right there to come back and get Welch. Important that he keeps this one right where it is as we enter the late innings of this one. Tigers now with only 6 outs to work with as they try and draw even and take the lead.
And Baudouin not even trying at that pitch, as Clark delivered it before he was ready, but that's a called strike. 0-1 count. Clark working quickly now. Gets that one fouled. Baudouin down 0-2 now. Both base hits in this inning, the single from Haggard and the home run from Bridges, came with 2 strikes. We'll see if Clark can finish Baudouin here with 2 strikes, and he does not, as he lines it into left field for a single. So clutch 2-strike hitting from the Gents.
Something we talked about what feels like ages ago now in the top half of the first. Samuel Conti, who started this game for the Tigers, a couple at-bats where he worked ahead in the count. Clark doing the same there, but throwing a pitch in an 0-2 count that just caught too much of the plate.
And a pinch runner for Centenary. That's Luke Royal coming in to run for Baudouin. We saw him appear in the same capacity last night. Brady Robinson, the shortstop, at the plate. He squares around the bunt, gets it down the line, and that's going to be a tough play, and Clark unable to get there. So Robinson safe at first. Royal safe at second. And a last-second bunt attempt, clearly for a base hit, and couldn't have put it in a better place. No chance for Clark to throw him out. Top of the order now. Back up for the Gents. Hewitt, who was at the center of one of a couple of controversies we've had with calls in and around the plate, looked to be hit with a couple runners on. Instead was called out for what the umpire said was putting his elbow over the plate. Now gets another opportunity here. And that pitch outside, Tyler Pettit able to corral it.
Yeah, and that certainly has proved to be a turning point in this one. And although it went in favor of the Tigers in the moment, it feels like it's really helped the Gents out down the stretch in this one. Coach Diaz thrown from the game for arguing that call, but really injected his team with a lot of energy.
And that breaking ball from Clark getting away, nearly hitting Hewitt once again. But you're right, Luke. Head coach Mike Diaz getting thrown out at that point. And ever since, we have heard from the Centenary dugout cheering their team on. It's one of the things with no fans, sadly, here at Trinity. We do get to hear the dugouts and what they're telling each other. But right now, Ethan Clark exiting the game in the middle of this at-bat with Hewitt. We'll take a quick break and see what the Tigers can do coming back from this pitching change. Jack Schmidt inserted from the bullpen in the middle of this at-bat. Hewitt ahead 2-0. That's a called strike. Hewitt has runners on first and second. 1 out. Already 2 runs across for the Gents, and the runners are off and going. Pettit throwing to second, and they got the runner out at second base. Another double steal. We saw that earlier in the game. Pettit throwing behind the runner and getting Robinson there.
And a great job by Pettit right there. Hard to tell what exactly that pitch was. Had a little bit of a movement on it, but in a great position for him to catch and throw. Delivered an absolute strike to second base. Make sure they got their second out of the inning.
That's ball 4 to Hewitt, who emphatically throws his bat to the dugout and takes first base after facing 2 pitchers in that at-bat. There are 2 away here in the 8th inning, but runners at the corners. Cody Crowder trying to add to the lead. That first pitch to Crowder, high for a ball. Luke, the Centenary lineup, everyone in it has a base hit now. 20 base hits for the Gents. Schmidt trying to end it right here, and a nice changeup getting Crowder swinging.
Yeah, and a tough job right here. Crowder coming into this at bat 3 for 4 on the day. But as you mentioned, Schmidt threw that nice changeup right there. Young pitcher, but someone that we've seen be in control of all the pitches he throws.
And another off-speed pitch. This one is popped up. Peterson there and catches it with 2 hands this time to record the 3rd out of the inning. But Ben Bridges with the big go-ahead 2-run home run for the Gents. They have a 14-12 lead over Trinity. We'll be back after a quick break as the Tigers look to respond. Parker Primo back on the mound, pitching with a 14-12 lead after Ben Bridges smashed a 2-run home run to left field. Christian Holloway leading off this inning for the Tigers. Holloway 1 for 3, has scored a run and trying to get something going for the Tigers offense as they now trail once again. And he grounds that to third. Haggard able to get it, a long throw, but gets it to Ludwig. Primo now ready to face Michael Goodrich. He swings at the first pitch, pops it up, but it's out of play. So he'll get another opportunity. We had been updating you all day about Wash U. They trailed 5-1 in the 9th inning. They scored 6 runs in the top of the 9th and pulled out a victory in Iowa. So Wash U able to avoid the sweep, but still losing 2 out of 3 to Buena Vista. So we'll see how the rankings shake up after these weekend games. Goodrich swinging through that one, 0-2. Centenary ranked 19th in Division III. Trinity ranked 2nd. So a top 20 matchup, and it's been all we could hope for. Plenty of energy and action. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt to Goodrich.
Yeah, and a good job by Goodrich laying off of that pitch. Tiger hitters who had been pretty patient all weekend seemingly popped up a lot, choosing to swing earlier in counts. Goodrich goes down, swinging right there, and the Gents record the second out here in the bottom of the 8th. Feels like the Tigers are going to have to find a way to prolong some at-bats right here. Primo, who's been very good in this one, has now gone a full 3 innings. As you figure, he doesn't have all that much gas left in the tank after also appearing in Game 1 of the series yesterday. Went a similar length, but on the year hasn't gone more than 4 innings.
Pettit now at the plate. He waits back on that breaking ball, but fouls it straight back. Primo allowed 4 runs in 3 innings yesterday. 3 of those runs were earned. Has done a great job here limiting the damage, giving up 1 earned run. Pettit fouls that one off his foot. So he'll be down 0-2 when he steps back to the box. Pettit, after hitting it off his foot, collects himself and is ready for the 0-2 pitch from Primo. He swings and hits it the other way on the ground. Ranges over is Erickson, and he gets Pettit. So a 1-2-3 inning for Primo in the bottom of the 8th. We're headed to the top of the 9th in San Antonio. Centenary up 14-12, and we'll be right back on the Tiger Network. Welcome back to the top of the 9th inning at Trinity University. The Tigers trail the Centenary Gents 14-12. Jack Schmidt, who came in last inning, walked one batter but was able to get out of the inning without allowing any more runs. And now he has a clean top of the ninth. The number 3 hitter for the Gents up, Preston Ludwig. He fouls a breaking ball to his third base coach.
Yeah, and really important for Schmidt right here to hold this one right where it's at. Obviously, the Tigers have the ability to put up a big spot, but don't want to be forced to put up too big of a cricket number when you're down to your final 3 outs.
That pitch is in there for a strike. 0-2. The Shriner Mountaineers scored 5 runs in their bottom of the ninth against TLU to take things to extra innings. Bulldogs did pull ahead and ended up winning 12-9. That ball from Schmidt outside for a ball. But for the Tigers, they hope they'll just have to score 2 to tie and 3 to win. The 1-2 to Ludwig. He waits back on it and is able to drive it into right center. Rafe collects it, but Ludwig in there safely with a base hit. So you see doing a nice job of waiting back on that breaking ball and taking it the other way. So once again, the leadoff runner on for the Gents.
Yeah, and again, we see another breaking ball that just hung up there for a Tiger pitcher. This one, again, catches the bottom of the zone. Ludwig has had a ton of success in the series, and too good of a pitch to a really, really good hitter.
Tyler Erickson now at the plate. He sees a ball in the dirt for ball 1. Erickson flied out to right field in his last at-bat. That was in the top of the 7th after the Gents had just tied things up. A change up there from Schmidt gets Erickson swinging. A 1-1 count. Schmidt keeping an eye on Ludwig. Delivers to Erickson. That's high. Ball 2. Ludwig with 5 stolen bases. We've seen plenty of action on the base paths. A couple of double steal attempts for Centenary. One that worked, one that didn't. That one's grounded too short with Wisniewski over to Peterson. On to Goodrich, and that's a double play. Just what Schmidt wanted right there. And after they lead off single, it is quickly erased by this 6-4-3 double play.
Yeah, and a great job at the infield right here. Wisniewski been sure-handed all day long. Peterson has a lot more time to make the transfer in this instance. Goes ahead and receives it in his glove before making the transfer, and a nice strong throw over there to first base, knowing he has plenty of time.
And just as soon as the bases are cleared, there is now another occupant at first base as Chris Haggard hit once again. He's the second Gent to be hit today. Had 1 hit batsman in game 2 last night, and 3 hit batsmen in game 1. Ben Bridges at the plate now, and if that sounds like a lot of hit by pitches, it's something Centenary's used to. They've been hit by the 4th most pitches in the entire country, 63 coming into today, so now 65. And Haggard has been hit 17 times this year. That's good enough individually for 4th most in the nation. So, pretty painful season for Haggard. But he'll take the base, and now he has a big lead over there at first. Bridges takes that ball high. Bridges, in his last at-bat, is the reason we have the score we do. Towered a 2-run home run to give the Gents a lead. Takes that one for a strike inside. It was a fly ball that looked to be playable. Ezra Gore came in and we thought that he would get it. And it just kept carrying and just made it over the wall. That pitch is on the outside corner for a strike, so Schmidt painting the corners going inside to outside. Has a 1-2 advantage on Bridges, trying to get the Tigers to the plate, down just 2. Haggard still at first. He's going. Bridges fouling that one off.
Yeah, and a good job by Bridges right there to stay alive, but Schmidt does well. Throws another competitive pitch on the outside part of the plate right there and really sets himself up well to throw whatever he wants in this scenario.
So a 1-2 pitch once again. Bridges sends it to left field once again. Gore does, in fact, have a play this time, and the side is retired. So 1 runner stranded for the Gents, but nothing coming across to score. The Tigers are down 2, headed to the bottom of the 9th. Can they pull off the comeback in what's already been a wild game? Make sure to come back, and we'll have it right here on the Tiger Network. We are about to start the bottom of the 9th inning. Centenary, ranked 19th in Division III, up on the second-ranked Trinity Tigers. We have a pinch hitter to start the inning. Adam Jew will get things going here. The first we've seen of him in this series.
And a bit of surprise, we haven't seen him more coming in to run in some certain situations this year. Arguably the fastest hitter in this Tiger lineup.
First pitch to Jew is a called strike.
Seeing he's not squaring around to bunt to start off this at-bat, not much of a surprise there. Pretty confident that he'll be able to beat out pretty much any play in the infield.
He swings through that pitch. So down 0-2 quickly. This is just his 3rd appearance and his 2nd at-bat. So coming in a big moment, lays off of that one outside. He comes in for Scott Peterson, who had 3 hits on the day, 3 runs batted in. This is the number 9 spot in the lineup, so the lineup will turn over after this. Drew trying to get on base. And that off-speed pitch gets Drew swinging, and Bridges able to hold on. So the first out of the inning is recorded by Primo. But if there's anyone the Tigers want up to start a rally, this is the man they'd likely choose. Rafe Chomet, 2 for 5 on the day, homer to the opposite field. Now up with 1 out, nobody on in the bottom of the 9th, trying to get on and bring the tying run to the plate. Nearly hit by Primo. Primo with the 1-0 now. Ray fouls it the other way. Lost his elbow guard in the process. And we've seen enough people hit in the elbow now today to know that that's important. So he straps it back on and steps back into the box, has a 1-1 count against Primo. Waits back on it, but skies it. Robinson there in shallow center, and he has it for the out. So the Tigers, down to their final out, Jack Wisniewski will try to get something going with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, now a third consecutive left-handed batter for the Tigers. Definitely an advantage that they want to take advantage of. Wisniewski right here, probably the most ideal hitter to have at the plate. Down 2 runs, you need base runners, and he's someone that's shown the ability to get on base in a number of different ways this year.
He looks at the first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. So Primo really floating him in there this inning. Lots of off-speed pitches. But it's working for him now. He's thrown 53 pitches after throwing 3 innings yesterday. That one's low. Parker Primo has thrown 4 innings today, giving up just 1 run. Gave up 4 runs in 3 innings yesterday. So a combined 7 innings pitched in the last 2 days. That one's outside. Ball 2. Primo came in with the best ERA in the SCAC, also with the most saves. He would get the win here, though. Wisniewski trying to prevent that. He sends that one to the right side, and it gets into the outfield as Erickson is unable to come up with it. So the Tigers are alive as Wisniewski reaches base. Ludwig actually getting to it first and tipping it, then Erickson unable to get it. So a lucky break there for the Tigers. And that'll bring up the pinch hitter, Jack Vonderhaar. Vonderhaar, the power bat off the bench. He is pinch hitting for... And it is actually not Vonderhaar off the bench. This is Nathan Brolick. So Brolick off the bench, hitting for Ezra Gore. He swings at the first pitch, sends it to left field, carrying a little bit, but Welch is there to retire the out. And the Centenary Gents take Game 3 of this series. A wild Sunday afternoon game that the Tigers were unable to come back one last time. Centenary 14 runs on 21 hits, 0 errors. Trinity 12 runs, 16 hits, 2 errors. Not enough to overcome the Centenary effort today. They do take the series and remain atop the SCAC, tied now with TLU. Luke, what are your thoughts after this crazy, crazy game?
Well, more than just this game, a very crazy series all in all. This one was exciting from the first pitch to the very last as Brolick put a charge in that one, send out to left field, just a couple of feet away from tying this ball game up. Ultimately, at the end of this one, I feel that Tigers just got an unlucky break. The Gents really got the bats going today. Tigers didn't do anything differently, continue to pitch to contact. Centenary just had too many hard hit balls for the Tigers to overcome today.
Yeah, it's tough to know where to even start looking at Centenary's lineup. They have 5 players with 3 hits each, every single starter recording at least 1 hit, all but one starter recording a run batted in. On the side for the Tigers, they had 16 hits, Wisniewski going 3 for 6, Merritt 2 for 4. Wisniewski also driving that home run, but just unable to come up with one final comeback. And they'll host one final regular season game on Tuesday night against the Texas Lutheran Bulldogs. That'll go down as a non-conference affair, just a midweek game between the teams from Seguin and San Antonio. And then the Tigers will travel to Georgetown for a final SCAC series against the Southwestern Pirates. And from there, it is on to the SCAC tournament. For Luke Terry and everyone in the booth, we have really enjoyed bringing you this series between Centenary and Trinity. Hope you have a wonderful Sunday afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I'm Brian Yanselson.